Good morning, everyone. It is, what, Sunday morning, I think? My days are all messed up, don't worry about it. We're gonna be playing more Lostbelt 2, of course, today. Trying to get through a chunk of it, at least. Probably not gonna finish it, but I'd like to stream for a good amount of time because I know that this Lostbelt is about the length of Lostbelt 1, so we're gonna have to grind through it if we want to beat Lostbelt 3 by next week and to be able to get to Oku, so gonna be grinding today, that's all I'm gonna say. Also, I watched the VOD of the last stream and noticed that for the robot voice, or like the voice I was using for Sigurd, every time I use it, apparently it takes a lot longer. I knew there was a delay for when I press the button and it switches the voice to whatever the voice changer is, but for whatever reason that robotic voice takes a lot longer than any of the other ones, and I didn't realize that. So I would like start the sentence and then like halfway through the sentence it would actually change, and so every time I switch to that one specifically, I'll wait a bit longer until it actually activates and then start talking. Regardless, it's just a bit of fun I'm having while I read these giant fucking walls of text that are the Fate Grand Order timeline story. Alright, but where did we leave off? So the start of this Lostbelt was actually a lot more interesting than the last one. I got a lot. This one, the beginning of this Lostbelt was about as exciting as the prologue was for me. Whoa, the map goes all the way up here. I guess we're actually gonna be fighting on that fire, maybe. It's a pretty big map. Alright, regardless, though, where did we leave off? The beginning of this Lostbelt was we were leaving Russia, got a distress signal from the floating, what was it, the floating sea or something like that, and then we figured we better go check on survivors, especially if it's the floating sea, which are supposed to be a bunch of mages. Maybe they can help us figure out what's going on and save proper human history. But to get there, we figured we were not going to have the resources to be able to get there, so we were going to have to go into another Lostbelt to be able to get resources, because out in the real world, it's literally the entire planet is glass. There's no way to actually get resources, so if we actually wanted to survive long enough to actually reach where these the Wandering Sea was, we were going to have to enter another Lostbelt, or at least cut through one. That's what our plan was, to cut through one without them even noticing we were there. And as we were entering this Lostbelt, I remember when we cut into void space, and fucking Kire took Kadok back too. That's another thing. I think at the moment our group thinks he's dead, but he's still alive. Kire took him back and said that he needed to be alive because of his Serious Light, which is some kind of command spell that somehow remakes a Lostbelt. I don't know how the hell that works or what that means exactly yet, but that's what Kire said. And then we entered void space to get into this Lostbelt, and when we entered void space, there was something else there. I remember Mash specifically mentioned that it was warm and seemed friendly. It wasn't something we should be scared of, but of course Gordov wanted to prioritize our lives over everything else, and so he mentioned it was he mentioned we should just be escaping it regardless, and so we came out of void space, and that's where we had our first encounter with a giant. Kind of figured that this has something to do with Scandinavian lore, because this is a Lostbelt that is pinpointed at Scandinavia, and every Lostbelt is pinned at where the timeline kind of went wrong and branched off from human history. And so I still don't know what that name means. I think chat was telling me it's German, and that the name of the Lostbelt, the Göttern Dämmerung, or however the hell you pronounce that, I definitely butchered it. That apparently is a big spoiler for the Lostbelt on what the name is, so I'm not going to Google what it means. And then also, you can see up in the top right there, it says Lostbelt number 2, and it says 1000 BC. And what the 1000 question mark BC is for each Lostbelt, because what did they do that with Lostbelt 1 as well? That's where you can see AD 1570. So that year, that year that is in each Lostbelt is actually where it branched off. So where the singularities, we actually went back in time to those actual it was in our timeline because it's in proper human history, but we went back in time to actually fix the timeline to make sure proper human history in the future. It was basically Back to the Future, and the year was actually what we went back to. But this time around with the Lostbelt, we're in the present time, but the year at the top is when the timeline actually diverted from proper human history. So that's where something at 1570 in Anastasia, which was, we know now, in 1570 a comet hit Earth, and that started the next ice age, and Ivan the Terrible fused humans with demonic beasts to create the Yaga. That's what went wrong. And so we're going to learn what went wrong with Lostbelt 2, but we know because of the year up there in the top right that something went wrong around the age of 1000 BC. That's when something happened, and that's what diverged this timeline to be different from our present. What's up, Sloths? How you doing? Thailander, how you doing? I'm just trying to go over what we witnessed last chapter before we hop in. So we went into void space. There was something in void space. Mash said it was friendly, but we emerged anyway because Gordolf was like freaking out, and so we emerged here. We met the giant, kind of figured out that this had something with this timeline, had to have gone wrong with Scandinavian mythology, because we met a giant that wasn't friendly, and giants are a part of Scandinavian lore, or Scandinavian mythology, I should say. And then what else? After we met the giant, that's when Sigurd came to us. We had a fight with Sigurd, the man. We tried to dive back into void space, and Sigurd literally dragged us out of fucking diving and then just chucked the entire fucking vehicle. That shit was crazy. We fought him. He ended up stealing the paper moon, so even if we want to leave the Lostbelt now, we have no way of leaving, so unless we get the paper moon back. So he stole the paper moon from us, gave it to his master Ophelia, and then we learned, I don't think they've shown her face yet, but I recognize the silhouette. The king of this Lostbelt is Scotty, Skatak Scotty. So it's gonna be interesting to see. It's probably something to do with her, obviously, because she's the king, queen, whatever, the ruler of this Lostbelt. Something with her has to do with the timeline diverging. I think that's about it, though. And then we went up to the flower garden. We met this girl as me and Mash were exploring more. We met this girl because we went out because we have to get more servants. We have to summon servants, but we have to find a ley line or figure out some way for us to be able to actually summon servants, because at the moment the snow is like interfering with it, because the snow is all magical energy, because it's all Scotty's snow. We went up to the giant's flower garden up here, fought a bunch of giants, saved this girl, and now I believe we're taking the girl back to the village, her village, which is numbered as Village 23, and you can kind of see it's like got a border around it too. So we're gonna learn what life is like for people here, I'm assuming. You can see there's no snow in it either, so I wonder if like snow just doesn't fall there because Scotty is the ruler and just makes it so snow doesn't fall there. I don't know. Absolute Giga Chad move. Yeah, that shit was crazy. All right, let's start the new quest line. The Lord of Creation. End. Shutting down high-speed mode now. Good work hanging on, everyone. Our current estimated location is atop what used to be Lake Vanern, the lake northwest of Lake Vatnern. You can see the sun up in the top right, too. I forgot to mention that as well. Apparently, the sun is, like, really big here, and obviously, if the sun was that big in reality, everything would, there wouldn't even be snow here, and all of the world would just be a giant fucking desert like Mercury. And so why the sun is so big and why it's actually not affecting everyone is a question we have too, because it's obviously, if that's the case, it's obviously not a sun, or there's something visually going on that's fucking with the why we think it's a sun or why it's so big. So we haven't really figured anything about that out yet either. Which means this village almost certainly didn't exist in proper human history. I have to figure out how the fuck I did the accent again. I can't do a Scandinavian accent, so I think I did my best to try to do like an Irish accent. We're here, welcome to my village. Fo-fo! This is a strange and wonderful. I thought guests only showed up in stories. I never thought I'd actually welcome real guests myself one day. And oh, and ah, and you both must be envoys too. Have you never had anyone visit from outside your village before? No, we haven't. All the villages really keep to themselves. Oh, but maybe it's different in other villages? I see. This village is a lot bigger than I expected. What's this village called? Come to think of it, you never did tell us your village's name, did you, Gerda? The part that stands out the most to me is the large gate that makes up what looks to be the entrance. I don't know much about architectural design, but this place does seem to have its own unique style. I also sense powerful magical energy here. The whole village is surrounded by a bounded field centered at that large gate. It's designed to keep away giants, beasts, and other beings related to magecraft. I can feel it weighing down on me too, though only a little. Although, I didn't notice it at all until I was inside. I'm guessing it's the snow. The magical energy mixed in with the snow and ice and the magical energy that makes up this village's bounded field are extremely similar. So I think I was right. That's why there's no snow in the village either. So there must be a bounded field that Scotty made herself to protect the villagers. It's very static, sedate kind of energy, as its presence were the most natural thing in the world. It's calm, gentle, and very stable in the amount of magical energy it holds. Maybe kind is a little too vague, but I'm not quite sure how else to put it. So like magecraft designed to enrich people's lives? I think kind works. Yes, I first noticed it in the snow plains, but it feels like there's nothing malicious in this Lostbelt at all. All that aside, this village really is spacious. Maybe that's because there are so few houses and a large plot of farmland in the center. I can sense they grow all sorts of crops here. There's wheat, numerous fruit trees. It's just like Gerda said, it's as warm here as it was in the flower garden. This explains how people could survive even on a Lostbelt predominantly made up of snow, ice, and fire. Although, there's still one thing I don't understand. If bounded fields are so crucial to ensuring people's way of life here, who put them up? Fo! Maybe magecraft is just part of everyday life here, even more than it was in Russia. Or maybe there's someone in these villages who knows how to work bounded fields. Bounded field? Are you talking about the charm at the gate? I didn't really understand most of what you were talking about, but, I do know that every village gate always has a charm on it. The envoy put them there for us. They keep out all the giants, the ice beasts, really anything scary. I'm surprised you didn't know that since you're envoys. Is that just the way it works, Lady Mash? Oh, well, I think you may have the wrong idea about us. I don't believe we're what you call envoys. Although, if envoys is the term you use for visitors, then I suppose we might qualify.
Oh, I got through. Let me see. Is this thing on? This is the shout reporter. Can you hear me, Field Ops?
Fo. Director, the shadow border got through to us? It's because there's no snow here, huh? Director, it's you! I thought we couldn't communicate once we got a few kilometers away.
Yes, well, my technical advisor has been testing out a number of different things in between her work on repairing the border, all under my impeccable supervision, of course. And thanks to those efforts, we've been able to deploy a Mystic Code drone to extend our comm range. I was told it should help us both observe and communicate over greater distances, but I didn't think it'd suddenly start working now of all times. But just my luck, neither our technical advisor nor any staff are here in the cockpit right now. They're all repairing the border.
Oh, who is this teeny see-through tubby man? He's fat. I've never seen a fat person before, so this is what they call chubby.
Chubby?
Is he a friend of yours, Lady Mash? Does that mean he's an envoy too? Fo-fo?
Tubby? Did she call me Tubby?
Well, this is a communicator. It's a tool we have for talking to people far away. Also, the director may be big-boned, but...
Is that a child, a native of this place? Then you must have found a village. Then again, if that foul-mouthed little brat who doesn't understand that mocking people's body types is not acceptable and is not acceptable as anything to go by, then her culture must still be in the nadir of civilization.
Huh?
Well, no matter. Children do tend to be naturally cruel, and my skin is quite thick by this point. I'm not the least bit bothered. So never mind the child. Just give me a detailed report about your situation. So you made your way to this village after rescuing that child. It seems you put your experience in Russia to good use. Or I suppose I should say my supervisory rule in Russia has benefited you even after that Lostbelt. Not bad, making it this far this fast. Let me begin by congratulating you on your good work. I'll be sure to share your information with the rest of the staff, including the technical advisor. Now, given that our connection is still unstable, and we can't talk for long, it seems it's time I took matters into my own hands.
Foo! You're going to come here, Director Gordoff? That sounds pretty dangerous for you.
What do you think I am, some adventure-crazed nut like the rest of you? I'm talking about the remote interrogation of a local via this transmission. But not this child, obviously. We won't get anything useful out of her. Now then, little one.
Me?
Run along and get your parents, if you don't mind. I need to talk to them.
Parents? What are those?
Huh? Your mother and father, of course. If they're dead, your legal guardian will do.
Oh, you mean the goddess? I hear she is everyone's mother. Every human is the goddess's child, after all. But I'm afraid the goddess isn't here, Mr. Chubby. Oh! Gerda?
Don't tell me you have no concept of parents. I've never heard of such a culture. I suppose it is possible for some newer religions, but given your primitive-looking clothing, I can't imagine your village is part of something like that. What is going on? All right then, fetch me your village elder, or mayor, or your supervisor, I don't know.
Supervisor?
Yes, a capable, distinguished person who is in charge of everything, like me.
Distinguished? Does being a chubby person make you distinguished?
That has nothing to do with it. Good heavens, girl, didn't your parents raise you to... Oh, right, you don't have parents, do you? Well, you know, someone with authority in your village.
What?
The most amazing person in your village, the one who can always you can always count on to help you out.
Are you talking about envoys? Lady Mash is certainly more amazing than normal people. The only other amazing people I can think of are the giants and the envoy, but the envoy isn't coming until tomorrow.
Envoy?
Gerda calls me an envoy too. I'm afraid I'm still not sure what she means by it. What I mean? An envoy's an envoy, right? I mean, no human could ever defeat a giant. But never mind that. I still need to show you around properly, don't I? Welcome, honored envoys. Oh, you too, Mr. Tiny See-Through Chubby. Welcome to our home, Village 23. Please, let me repay you for saving my life. You can spend the night in my house. I'll be 13 soon, after all, so I've already got my own house. We can have dinner in front of my fireplace. Oh, and I can get out the meat I've been saving for special occasions, too. This will be great. We can have a freshly baked bread, and I'll get some fish, too. I'll go fishing before it gets dark and make sure to catch the biggest one in the pond. Fo-fo! Fo-fo!
Wait, hang on. What did you say your village's name was?
Village 23, right? Yes, that's right. What about it? Well, it just sounds a bit... That's not like any name of a village I know. Why is your village named with a number? Huh? There's nothing strange about it, after all. It's Gerda! Gerda's back! Welcome back, Gerda. I can't believe it. You really came back from the outside, and you did get the herbs the legends talked about? Now Laura's gonna be all right. Hooray! Who are they? Oh, there's a white animal, too. It is an animal, right? What is it? Is it a mouse? Caillou! Wow, you're so pretty, miss. And your black armor is so awesome. Pretty hair, pretty face. You look like an envoy. Oh, are you an envoy, too? Whoa, dude. Your boobies are big. Oh, and look at you're so cool in that armor. Senpai, what? That old guy's so tubby. Why are you smaller than us even though you look so old, mister?
Be quiet! Do you children ever stop squawking? Just run off and play, would you? Or better yet, go fetch a grown-up.
There's kids everywhere. I don't actually see any grown-ups.
That's true. I haven't seen a single adult yet. Since this village appears to rely on our agriculture for its survival, it may be that everyone of working age is just out in the fields. But if that's the case, then why aren't there any elderly people around?
What? Is that true?
Well, of course it's mostly children here. That's how it is everywhere, right? Besides, you're so funny, Later Mash. Everyone knows the elderly are just from legends. Of course, you're not going to find any in a village, I mean. Huh? Uh-oh. Every grown-up leaves when they turn 25, right?
What? As in leaves the village?
Of course.
Huh? What in the world are you... Whoops.
What in the world are you saying? They couldn't possibly survive out there. What is with all the giants roaming around?
Yes, I know. Every grown-up with a 10-year-old child leaves once they turn 25 and gets eaten by a giant. So nobody ever lives past 25. And if you haven't had a child by 15, then you have to go too. I've heard that's true for every village, at least all the villages from 1 to 100.
What? Then you're telling us there are no adults over the age of 25 here? None? And that people who turn 15 without having any children have to leave to die?
Uh-huh. Children and the grown-ups raising them are the only ones that are allowed to live in the 100 villages the goddess and her envoys made for us after all.
There's nobody here over 25?
Lady Mash? Lord Max? Mr. Chubby? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Why are you all so shocked? That's just how it is. It's the same everywhere, right? I'm turning 15 in 2 years, so if I don't have any children by then, splat! That'll be it for me.
This is absurd. Everything you're saying is ridiculous. Well, the way your mind works is too. Do you even grasp what you're saying? You're telling us there is only 100 people in each village. That you have to die if you don't have a child before you turn 15, and that you'll die in 2 years? Are you some kind of homunculus? How can you say things like that as if it were so normal? You even look happy about it.
Fo. Huh? You too, Fo? What happened? Why do you sound so sad all of a sudden? Oh no, did I say something to offend you again? Uh-oh, now what to do?
Monka. Cornflakes, what's up? Where are you now? We're like maybe a third or a quarter or a third of the way through the Lostbelt. Lostbelt 2. Yowie, how you doing? Have I tried PILK? I don't know what that is. Sag, for real. Coin Skya time. Chipmunk voice.
What an elegant castle you have here. I like it very much. It's wonderfully designed, of course, but I also love your choice of materials. It's made completely out of ice after all. No human could ever live here, no matter how beautiful it is. The perfect witch's castle, something humankind yearns for, but can never hope to reach. You really do have excellent taste, Your Majesty.
Who said this was made to my tastes?
Oh, you mean it isn't? Does that mean you prefer something more typical like Cinderella's castle?
Cinderella? I've never heard the name, but she certainly sounds interesting. She must have lived a life full of hope and surprise, one far removed from the life of a woman of ice and snow like myself.
Oh yes, without a doubt. The early part of her stepsisters abusing her is great, but then she comes out on top at the end, and the stepsisters get their just desserts. It's a positively repulsive story. I'm just so relieved that you aren't like that, Your Majesty. After all, you hate happy endings too, don't you? Just look at this cold, utilitarian world you've designed. It makes me want to friend you. Makes me want to friend you on Magebook, like Facebook. I'd love to know just how many humans you've seen come to a miserable end. After all, you didn't build this castle for humanity to enjoy, did you, O goddess?
No, I did not. This castle exists for me, not for the benefit of humans. I will admit that Odin was a fine man in his own right, but he was also a god. He would never bestow upon me a castle designed to accommodate humans. The Allfather would never concern himself with human weakness. The thought would never even cross his mind. Indeed, humans are weak, frail, so very fragile. Their lives are snuffed out by the mere passage of time. That is why they will always need the boundless love of a god to sustain them.
Oh my, love you say? I guess I had you figured wrong after all, so that's how you're running this place. You have 100 villages with about 100 residents in each, making for a worldwide population of no more than 10,000 people. Under most circumstances, they would just end up going extinct, but you've kept them around for generations without letting their numbers increase. Their world revolves around the empty happiness of their daily lives and the heartless suffering that comes right at the end. There is no point to tormenting people like that. No wonder I've been so unmotivated here. It turns out this place was filled with love all along. Couldn't possibly get further from my tastes.
Of course. Humans must not die out. They too are my beloved children. They too survived the days of scorching flame. As their god, I will never stop loving humans. I cannot speak to other worlds, but that is the way of this one. I decided long ago that I would love my children for eternity. Why would I ever destroy them?
Then you really have no intention of destroying humans? Does that mean Your Majesty thinks they're worth protecting?
You certainly ask many strange questions, foxwoman. I would never think to destroy them. Every creature in my domain is treated the same way. Did I not tell you what that was? It is a simple question. Do I kill them, or do I love them? If they are an enemy, then I kill them. If not, I love them. To be the mother of Scandinavia is to love all creatures, great and small. None must die out. None shall die by my hand. Even if Odin himself proved to be incapable of such a feat, I will never stop trying, no matter how many thousands of years it may take. That said...
Yes?
That said, at times, the giants must be offered as sacrifice. Monka. What's up, Akiro? Lostbelt 2. May I wish you luck? Thank you, thank you. Aw, shit. It's the boy. Kodime.
Ophelia, your concerns prove to be well-founded. The Russian Lostbelt has been destroyed. It won't be much longer before it disappears entirely. Now that the world may never be capable of welcoming a new god, what a pity, all the more so given the strength of its history.
He said now that the world will never be capable of welcoming a new god. So wait, what? Is that what they were trying to do with Ivan the Terrible, maybe? I'm not sure. Let's keep that in mind, though.
In regards to Kadok, I said all I had to say during our meeting, so I won't be repeating myself here. But I do need to commend you for your outstanding accuracy in predicting this outcome.
I didn't. You gave me far too much credit, Lord Crypter.
Ophelia, I want you to run your Lostbelt however you see fit. Once the Tree of Emptiness has taken root in the world, it is not that world's king who will continue to develop it, but we Crypters. In the end, that responsibility falls to us alone. We cannot delegate it to anyone else. The Queen of Ice and Snow is both generous and cruel. I understand dealing with her must be quite stressful. But I want you to persevere. I know you are more capable of doing so. You have your own fire burning inside you, yet you keep yourself as cold as ice. That is why I know I can trust you with Scandinavia.
With all due respect, Lord Crypter, I can't take any credit for predicting this. I was speaking solely based on my own feelings. I'm so ashamed. Here you are praising me for keeping my cool, and I failed utterly to do so.
It's all right. What you said was exactly what Kadok needed to hear. No amount of cool-headed logic was ever going to help him with his complex about me. Your admonition was far more effective than any encouragement I could have given him, even if it did come too late. At any rate, none of the other Crypters know that Russia has fallen. I only heard about it from Canis, and you from Koyanskaya. Akuda has cut off all communications. It seems her Lostbelt's king is quite a find. After all, even Akuda of all people couldn't help but frown when she made her report. I even heard her sigh. I can only imagine her Lostbelt's king must be either extremely unruly or extremely daring. I would love to speak with them myself at some point. Who's Akuda? You said her. I think there's only 2 Crypters that are female, right? I think it's just the other one. Akuda, FGO. Yeah, it's her. Okay. The one that's reading a book in her sprite. And I believe I think she's Lostbelt 3, right? So that's the one after this. So this is foreshadowing to Lostbelt 3.
Sorry, I was in robot voice still. Or radio voice. After all, even Akuda of all people couldn't help but frown when she made her report. I even heard her sigh. Her Lostbelt's king is quite a find. I can only imagine her Lostbelt's king must be either extremely unruly or extremely daring. I would love to speak with them myself at some point. What did I miss in stream start? Not much. We visited the town, I think was about it. We visited the first town with, what's her name? Gerda's town, and learned that, basically how this Lostbelt is being kept is, which I knew. It seems like all of these Lostbelts are going to be like some form of culling, regardless. They cull humanity to keep the numbers down, or something. Like, the first Lostbelt was only the strong can survive, and they cull the weak. This Lostbelt is, they cull anyone that over the age of 25. If you don't have a kid by age 15, they kill you, or they don't kill you, they send you out in the wilderness and have the giants eat you. You're a sacrifice to the giants. And then if if you do have a kid, you're allowed to live until 25 to raise that child, and then as soon as you turn 25 and that child turns 10, then you're sent out into the wilderness after 25. So you either if you don't have a kid by 15, you're dead, and if you have a kid, you're dead by 25. That's how this world works, it seems. And that's how they keep the population down. And then everyone is only allowed 1 child too, as well. So that's how they control the population. All right, back to him.
I can only imagine her Lostbelt's king must be either extremely unruly or extremely daring. I would love to speak with them myself at some point.
Hanako sighing? That's a surprise. I never once saw her so much as crack a smile, even around Pepe. That aside, shouldn't we tell the other Crypters about Kadok?
No need for that. His failure has no impact on their work after all. Given that Pinocchio's Lostbelt, I know it's not Pinocchio. It's so silly though. Given that Pepe's Lostbelt has an alter ego, write that one down in our head. Given that Pepe's Lostbelt has an alter ego, it's only a matter of time until he learns about it. But Barrel's Lostbelt is nearly on the verge of disappearing itself, so I imagine he has his hands full just keeping things going.
Are you sure we can trust Beryl? The man is a criminal, a murderer. He kills just for the fun of it. He is a disgrace to humanity. I don't see how a killer known as a werewolf and despised throughout the clock tower could ever hope to be successfully expand a Lostbelt. He's the one in the Lostbelt trailer where he had blood on his face, right? I think he's Lostbelt 6, I think, right? He had blood on his face and he like kind of went like that in the and he has the glasses and the suit. I think that's him, right? I think he's Lostbelt 6 if I remember the trailer correctly. Yeah, okay. Damn, that's gonna be interesting then. So Lostbelt 6's Crypter is a serial killer. I don't see how a killer known as Werewolf and despised throughout the clock tower could ever hope to successfully expand a Lostbelt. He's the guy who is obvious as a psycho. I kind of liked his character in the Crypter. The one who's mysterious is who's going to be Lostbelt 7. That guy, like even in the meetings, he didn't speak a word in the meetings. He just showed up. That guy's super mysterious. They're obviously trying to keep Lostbelt 7's Crypter on the down low. Okay. God, this arc is so fucking good. I don't see how a killer known as Werewolf and despised throughout the clock tower could ever hope to successfully expand a Lostbelt.
All that is part of why I trust him to uphold his end, Ophelia. Beryl is just as good as deceiving himself as he is others. The more distasteful he finds a job, the more earnestly he will work to see it done. As for Kadok, there's no need to concern yourself with his well-being. Just focus on getting rid of Chaldea. I have every confidence you can do it. You're far more capable than me when it comes to combat, as your miraculous eye can even wound servants. Excuse me. The clock tower authority figures are gone. They have no sway in this world. No one will hold you back anymore. You are free to use your power however you like. Your eye is no longer that of a shunned child.
Thank you for saying so, Lord Kristaria. I will bear that in mind.
Your Scandinavian Lostbelt is a rare and important one, particularly given that one of the old gods still resides there. What's more, she is benevolent. Having her accept and support our new world would be a tremendous asset. I have high hopes that you will be able to convince her, Ophelia.
Thank you, Lord Kristaria. I won't let you down.
Oh yes, I almost forgot. Canis should be paying you a visit soon. Treat him as you like.
Thank you for your consideration, Lord Kristaria, but I'm afraid I have to tell you something. Canis is a divine spirit, and beyond my ability to keep in check. I hope you'll forgive me if I'm unable to stop her from clashing with my Lostbelt's king.
So you're concerned that the Queen and your knight may end up destroying Canis' spirit origin? I see. That is most encouraging to hear, Ophelia. This only reaffirms my decision to entrust you with this Lostbelt. I look forward to your next report. I expect that will be when new seeds have formed. What? New seeds?
Monka. Wodheim. Lord Kristaria Wodheim.
Holy moly, this... this voice changer takes forever to actually activate. That's a woman's face. I've seen faces like that before. I may not know any personally, but I can't help but remember them. So you really are a woman at heart, Ophelia.
You're not meant to use your spirit form for peeping. Your job is to keep me safe. Don't misunderstand me. You are my knight, my sword, and shield.
I never asked or wanted anything from you, and that's never going to change. Know your place, Saber. Or do I need to remind you about my serious light?
I know I'm supposed to protect you and kill your enemies, Ophelia, but is that necessary here? Yes, humans have demonstrated incredible power before. At times they've rebelled against gods, tricked giants, and even killed dragons. But not here. The humans here aren't people anymore. They're livestock. None of them are any threat to you. These humans used to be just like the ones in proper human history. Weak, transient beings whose only purpose was to be our prey.
This world belongs to a goddess. Even if there are less than 10,000 humans here, it is still a pure land ruled by a goddess of old. Lord Krisharia even said it could end up the last Lostbelt left standing. The fact that a goddess rules at all means it's the perfect place to experiment. That's why this Lostbelt has so much potential. In fact, it is far more than the sum of its parts.
Oh?
In terms of potential, at any rate, if we can grow our tree to maturity, we might be able to breath new life into humanity and nature alike. I don't care how much contempt you have for humanity as a result of your origins and temperament. All I care about is that you don't let your guard down. Again, you're my sword and my shield. Don't forget that. You and I share the same responsibility. We must grow this Lostbelt's tree of emptiness to full maturity. That is your sole concern.
I've never been much of a gardener, but if you insist, Ophelia, I guess I've got no choice.
Actually, the title of Lostbelt 7 is The Golden Sea of Trees. Interesting. It's still super far ahead, yeah. As long as it's in the Lostbelt trailer, I don't mind. I think the, that's the only reason I know which masters are which ones. Lostbelt trailer. This one. I'll link it in chat. As long as it's nothing beyond what's in that trailer, I don't mind. Because they go over all the Lostbelts in this one for it. They go over each Lostbelt's name and its master, I think. Lostbelt 4 is called the Final Dark God. That one's gonna be crazy, dude. The next one is the Crimson Beauty Under the Moon, the Nation of Unified Human Intelligence. Lostbelt 5, the Day to Bring Down Gods, Interstellar Mountainous City. A lot of it's redacted, like, as you keep going. Like, Lostbelt 6, I obviously know, is some kind of distorted version of Camelot because the name is literally Round Table Domain. And obviously I know that's the one where Castoria comes in, right? The Moment a Planet is Born. And then Lostbelt 7 is just Sea of Trees. Dude, there's so much shit. The name and Sea of Trees, redacted. Everything, and then the year is redacted too. God damn. They don't want you knowing anything about Lostbelt 7, man. Wow. I suppose you aren't rushing to Oku at this point. I still am. I'm trying to, Lostbelt 3 I know isn't as long as Lostbelt 1 and 2, and so I'm hoping I can finish Lostbelt, this Lostbelt by the next stream. We're gonna get through a big chunk of it this stream, and then next stream we'll finish off Lostbelt, 2, and then Lostbelt 3, I'm pretty confident. Looking at the words anyway, because I have a chart that shows how many words are in every, like how much reading is going to be in every, Lostbelt and story chapter. And Lostbelt 1 and 2 are both about the length of Babylonia. And then Lostbelt 3 is about the length of one of the earlier, Epic of Remnants. And so I should be able to get through Lostbelt 3 in like 2 streams if they're both pretty long ones. So I'm still trying to get to Oku, but we're definitely going to be doing Oku on like the last 2 days. But I'm the only reason I want to do Oku is just for the story. So as long as I can at least get through Lostbelt 3 in the last 2 days of Oku, just so I can experience the story of Oku, that's all I want. I don't care about like clearing out the shop or farming for materials or anything like that. I literally just want to experience the story of Oku. Lostbelt 3 isn't long. I wonder if the intro alone is kind of long. The intro alone is kind of long for reading. Gotcha. Yeah, that's the plan, though. Okay, let's keep going. Ophelia Sag. I can still feel his gaze. I guess my knight will always be peeping on me, no matter how many times I tell him not to. I can tell you're still there, smirking at me from behind my back. Just how are you planning on watching me? I know I said you're my knight, but that doesn't mean... Oh, what the fuck is that? We still don't know. Oh. You again, huh? The way you completely lack any presence. I mistook you for a servant. Is there something you want to say to me? I certainly hope you're not going to comment on my womanhood like Saber did. I can't hear anything. What's your name? Am I ever going to get to hear what you sound like? Well, you already know my name. God damn, she's so mysterious, dude. I don't know what the fuck that thing is. Obviously, it has something to do with the aliens. I guess it could be a theory that that thing itself is the alien, one of the alien gods, but I don't think it is, because one of them called it I think one of the ones before, in Lostbelt 1, someone, it was either Kadok or what's her name, called it, the foreign priestess, I think is what they called it. And so I assume it's one of the, like, probably one of the underlings of one of the alien gods. I'm not sure, though. But I'm not sure if it tried to help us or if it was culling that Lostbelt either or what, but it helped us in Lostbelt 1 at the end. We were fighting the tree and we were like, there's no way we can cut down this giant fucking tree. What the hell are we gonna do? And then that thing, the alien priestess, just came up and just touched the tree and the entire thing went down. Fucking crazy. The entire thing just turned to ice and just immediately exploded. So, I don't know. She's definitely mysterious, though. I'm keen to learn more about her. What's up, Mana? Oku is about half Lostbelt 3's length. Oh, okay, so I can definitely get through Oku really quick, too, huh? Foe? It's no use. I can't seem to get through the border. Get through to the border. I wonder why we got through earlier. Well, nothing we can do now. Why don't we call it a day? Yes, you're right, Senpai. Oh.
Hey, there you are. Hi, guys. Can you see my astonishingly beautiful face? Hey, Foe, you're here too, huh?
Foe! Da Vinci!
I doubt we have much time to talk, so I'll keep this brief. I've pieced together what's going on using the data collected with the Mystico drone and the info Gordy gave me. Oh, he's asleep now, by the way. The last thing he said was, "Grr, have enough of this. I'm going to rest in the captain's room. Wake me up if it's time for breakfast."
Foe.
Now then, there are basically 3 different kinds of beings here. And by beings, it's worth noting that I'm talking about strong, dominant creatures, not necessarily those of intelligence who have formed civilizations. Alright, so, first, we have the giants. They're tough, exceedingly strong predators. Second, we have humans, who can't survive outside of their villages. And third, we have envoys and their goddesses, and their goddess. Seems safe to say both are well above humans on the proverbial totem pole in this Lostbelt. I'm sure the ice beasts are stronger than humans too, but they appear to be the giants' pets and seem to have no real will of their own, so I'll leave them out. So far so good? As for regular creatures, they seem to be almost non-existent here. Ordinary plants and animals just barely exist in the occasional flower garden. Each of these fields seems to be a warm place that just happens to be perfectly situated between the fire and ice zones. So putting all of that aside as an exception to the 3 broad categories, in this Lostbelt, I'm afraid it looks like humanity is nowhere near the top of the food chain. If anything, they seem to be at the very bottom.
The bottom?
So I don't think we should be counting on these humans as possible additions to our ranks. I doubt either their civilization or magecraft are even that developed. I mean, you haven't seen a single machine since you got there, right? And that girl you ran into in the wilderness didn't even have a communication device, let alone a ward against giants. The humans that live here simply have no means of surviving outside of these villages.
Yes, that all makes sense. At least for this village, Village 23, the outside world may as well not exist. We did run into Gerda outside, but that was an unusual case. She would never have left if circumstances hadn't forced her to it. The only reason this village ever opens its gates is to...
Right, to thin the herd. As peaceful as this place looks, now that we have a clearer picture of what's going on, I'd say it's just as cruel as Russia, though in a different way. We still don't know much about these envoys and their goddess, who I assume are more or less running the show here. We also don't have any idea of whether they might be willing to help us. It's very possible they may already be working with the Crypters, so keep that in mind. Oh, crap! It looks like we're losing... Alright, one last info. We still haven't found where you could... Servants. Afraid. Keep scouting.
Fo! Lady Mash, Fo, Lord Max. Huh? Were you just talking to a tiny person? Oh, it must have been Mr. Chubb. Well, yes, we were talking to someone, but I'm afraid we just lost the connection. Connection? What's being connected? You know so many things I've never heard about, Lady Mash, and you have so many things I've never seen before. Having you around is so much fun. I wasn't sure if an envoy like you would like my cooking, but you even said my bread and fish were all really tasty. You're so kind and strong and just wonderful. I just love spending time with you. Will you stay tomorrow night too? I know you must have work since tomorrow's a special day and all, but if you don't mind. I'm sorry, but I don't really think we're the kind of envoy you're thinking of. Sure you're not. Wait, did you get here a day early, all because of me? Oh, if you did, then I apologize. The last thing I want to do is make trouble for you. No, it's not that. Senpai, how can I clear up this misunderstanding? I don't think we can. She really thinks we're envoys. I'm not sure there's anything we can do that would help her understand. Yes, I suppose you're right. In that case, I'll hold off on trying to convince her. That said, there is something I still want to ask her. Is that alright with you, Senpai? Go for it. I've got a lot of things I'm curious about, too. Thank you, Senpai. Gerda, could I talk to you for a bit? What is it, Lady Mash? Well, you see...
Hold it. I'll ask the questions here.
Director Gordoff, you're awake? I thought we'd lost our connection again.
I was just looking to see if we had some sleeping pills when I heard our connection was back online. In fact, I've been listening in for the last half a minute or so. I'll take it from here, Mash. Between the two of us, it's clear who's the better negotiator. You there, child. This is a question of a rather personal nature. You may answer it however you like.
Huh?
I'd like to ask you something.
What is it, Lady Mash?
You've obviously been living here in this village your whole life. How do you feel about it?
Huh?
Does it weigh on you? Do you ever think about your future? About what's going to happen when you grow up? Don't you wish you could see the world outside your tiny village without having to live in fear of giants? Haven't you ever wished to be free?
Future? Free? World? Gerda. In this world, no matter how healthy you are, you'll never get to live past your 20s. How can you be so cheerful about that? How does it not worry you? Huh? Please cheer up, Lady Mosh. You too, Mr. Chubb. Why are you both so sad? I'm sorry. I wish I could answer you, but I'm afraid I don't understand what either of you are talking about. Maybe it's because I never learned how to read or write well, but what do you mean by future? I mean, I think I know what the word means. It means the time after tomorrow, right? This is hard.
That hard, huh?
I know what free means too. It's when you're not stuck inside your home or tied down with rope, right? In that case, I am free. I can go anywhere I want in the whole village. I can go to the farmland in the village center or to the pond, and I can visit anyone's house I like. I can even go to Laura's house and see the new baby if I want. In our world, people get to live for a long time. Even longer than 25? Yes, much, much longer. Some people live longer than others, of course, but...
That's right. Many live to be 80 or 90, or even more, and they don't just have children. Some people have grandchildren and great-grandchildren, if they live long enough, of course. Some people are still unfortunate enough to have their lives cut short by illnesses or accidents, but that's a long way off from no one ever living past 25. The only ones destined to die early are homunculi. Not that they're any concern of mine, though. And this fucker.
Grandchildren. Great-grandchildren.
Indeed, and even if one never has children or grandchildren, many people still choose to spend their long lives with people they love. Even if they never have families of their own, some people spend their lives among friends and comrades, working towards goals of their own choosing. Grr, why am I even talking about this? It's not as though we mages get to live ordinary, happy lives. But fine, if no one else will say it, then I will. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with all of you? How can you be so happy about a life doomed to be cut short? How are you not angry, or even afraid? The Yaga may have had to survive in brutal conditions, but at least they were still free to live till old age. Grr, this whole village really bothers me, and now our connection is acting up too. I'm going to bed. Goodbye!
Director Gordolf. What's up, Berserk? How you doing? The director of FGO JP said that after all the Lostbelts, there will be new sets of stories. Yeah, I saw that too. I think specifically Nasu in one of the interviews in the magazine. Dude, I want a copy of that magazine so bad. They've got to be on like eBay or something. The magazine that came out was so cool. It has a ton of spoilers, so I wouldn't read it. And if you want to look it up, definitely be careful because there's a ton of spoilers for like where JP's at in the game right now. I was watching I can't remember whose stream I was watching. Someone was translating it though and going through the magazine, and at one point they were showing off there was an entire page that had like a bunch of fucking fairies on it, and he was like, "Oh shit." He was like, "Sorry, you guys haven't seen that shit yet." And I was like, "Ah!" But they have like all that magazine is so cool. It has like all the sketches for like pre-art before like the concept art. That's the word I was looking for. It has a bunch of concept art in it, and then they had a bunch of interviews with like different teams and a big interview with Nasu. And in one of the interviews, Nasu mentioned how at the moment they have two different routes they could go with the end of FGO. They mentioned that like at the moment they have like two different ideas. They don't know which one they're going to go with yet, but they have like two different routes for after Lostbelt 7 that they could go. And I was like, ooh, okay. Morbs over Summer Murasaki's buff. Yeah. What's up, Unafraid? Yeah, Murasaki got a buff too, right? I guess it's better than Requiem, but still super tedious. Wait, which one? You're lucky Oku isn't like Seraph. Dude, Seraph was interesting, to say the least. I think I was... Dude, I kind of feel bad because I was... It's because it 100% why I didn't like Seraph so much is because I didn't play CCC, but I think if you look at my VODs, or because the dislike bar is hidden now, if you look at my VODs, the only
The only VODs of me streaming FGO on my YouTube account that have dislikes are my Seraph streams, and I think it's because I was constantly critiquing it. But I haven't played CCC or any of the Moon bullshit. I was so lost the entire time playing Seraph, and I think people were like annoyed that I was criticizing it because of that. Oku has a very janky mechanic, and you basically explore the area of a room at a time. It takes forever because each room is a quest and it takes time to load. Oh, okay, gotcha. Many different animations, gotcha. Okay. Well, I mean, as long as I can beat it in a single or two streams, I'll be all right because I'm planning on getting to it by like next Sunday for sure. We're approaching the Twilight of Gods. Ooh. How you doing, Azrael? FGO will never end because the story makes the money. Yeah, it's true. Hopefully there's a different iteration of it, but I have no idea what they would do. Like, I know a lot of people are like, dude, give us some kind of like Genshin Impact and like make it make sense with like, you know how like Genshin Impact you play as like the main character, but you have like 4 different characters in your party and you can switch them out constantly by like you press a button and it like switches in the next character. Imagine that, but with like servants. That would be so fucking cool. And then like in cutscenes or whatever, like in Genshin, you change the main character for cutscenes. You just change to the master for cutscenes. That'd be badass. Just had Max for dinner. Oh yeah, let's go. Okay, let's get back to it. Oh, Mr. Chubb is right, Gerda. I love how everyone's just on fucking making fun of Gordoff, poor guy. Our world was very complicated, but it also offered us endless possibilities. I think that's because we were able to grow up agreeing and disagreeing with all kinds of people throughout our lives. That's how humans have always been. I'm sure it's no different here in Scandinavia. If there's one thing I love about Fate lore, man, it's that right there. Like that's the constant like ideology Nasu has. I fucking love this style of writing. That's how humans always have been. I'm sure it's no different here in Scandinavia. People can do anything they set their mind to. I think that's what it really means to be free. Just don't go copy Genshin with the shitty anniversary rewards. They describe every single corridor in each text box to describe the corridor as like a separate quest node. That makes 4 ticks per text box, plus waiting for the animation of a new quest appearing, and it's a lot of assassins and berserkers in weird waves, so you won't loop consistently. Oof, that is annoying. I guess I've got fucking... How many... I guess because I'm not trying to farm it, Saberlot got a buff? Oh shit. Dada. Saberlot, the ultimate daddy. It's an NP upgrade, Pog. Does he have a battery? I'm not sure if Saberlot has a battery or not. It'd be cool if you could loot. Or wait, he's arts, isn't he? He has a battery. Can you loop with him? That's pretty cool. He has a one-hit NP? Oh, shit. F. FGO JP already on our 7th year. Actually, the first director of FGO will end FGO on Solomon, but second director gave us Epic of Remnant and Lostbelt. It's a single target and a single hit. Oof, that is rough. Yeah, I've heard he's a crit. He's similar to, I know he's compared to what's her name a lot. Saber Hokusai, because they're both arts, single target arts crit sabers, right? I know they're compared a lot because they have a similar niche. Now he's a jack of all trades. Ooh, nice. When do we get the costume where Saberlot's in his costume he wore in the the CE costume that Mash wears in one of the Halloween CEs, and he wore that shit in the Fate Grand Carnival, dude. That shit was so cursed. Oku fights aren't actually that bad. Enemies don't have a lot of HP. You'll lose your Mystic Code, though? He's an arts crit, so if you get the crit, you basically can loop. Gotcha. Oh god, NP5 Hokusai hits hard as NP1 Saberlot, though. Oh, really? Get 'em all, baby. Hell yeah. Now, I don't know, yeah, with the buff, people are gonna have to test some numbers, huh? Okay. People can do anything. Oh, wait, I wanted to read off one of my favorite quotes because I was just talking about, like, Nasu's, like, philosophy when it comes to storytelling with humanity and all that. Oh, can I not see my bio? Damn it. Oh, it's because hold on, disable streamer mode on Discord. Here's the quote. Humans are foolish, truly this is I think it was in Babylonia, and Merlin says it. I love this quote. Humans are foolish, truly flawed creatures, but the history you create is beautiful. No matter what kind of end humanity faces, your history will be worth leaving in this universe. I fucking love that quote so much. Nasu's whole philosophy with, like, humanity in these stories, like, revolves around that pretty much. I love it. How do I turn streamer mode back on? Damn it. There we go. Okay, let's get back to it. People can do anything they set their mind to. I think that's what it really means to be free. In practice, there may be far more things we can't do than them, but even so, I think that's what everyone wants. Wait, what'd she say? In practice, there may be far more things we can't do than we can, but even so, I think that's what everyone wants. Mash. Gerda, is there anything in this world that you would wish for? Wish for? Well, let's see. I got the medical herbs I was looking for, and tonight's dinner was yummy. So, I actually can't think of anything else I want right now. Usually I do, though, really. Sometimes I want to catch a big fish at the pond, or I want my bread to turn out really well. Those sorts of things. Oh, sometimes I wish I could see another beautiful rainbow again like I did that one time. Fo. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I know I'm not giving you a good answers, but I really don't understand your questions. Still, everything you said sounds lovely. Getting to be an elderly person, doing anything you want. Not at all. I'm the one who should be apologizing, Gerda. I didn't mean to confuse you. I'm sorry. Oh no, please don't be. I'm not confused. I really did think it was lovely. I may not understood everything you meant, but I did think it sounded absolutely amazing. It was just so... I can't even begin to imagine it at all. That's never happened to me before. I guess it's true what they say about envoys being difficult to understand. There's still so much I don't know about children, but you said in your world there are also grandchildren and great-grandchildren? I can't imagine getting to see as many generations of children. I guess that's something you can only do if you get to be elderly. I've never thought about that sort of thing before, after all. You're gonna get a lot of great quotes this arc? Aw, shit, let's go. After all, nobody can ever live that long. Aw, shit. Fo! Good morning, Fo. You're up awfully early today. Fo! No, I didn't have any trouble sleeping at all. Since I'm a demi-servant, I always wake up early. Sleep deprivation is one of the worst things you can do for your health, so you need to make sure you get plenty of sleep, Fo. Morning, Mash. That goes for you too, Mash.
Thank you, Senpai, but I'm fine. My magical energy is fully replenished, and Ortonax is working perfectly. Its auto-maintenance function worked well, so it almost feels fresh out of Da Vinci's workshop. Fo? Yes, I'm doing fine. This morning, we'll be going around the village to find out whatever information we can, and in the afternoon, we'll be setting out to explore more of Scandinavia. I was hoping to learn more about the land around here, but I'm not sure we have any maps. Come to think of it, I wonder where Gerda went. She wasn't anywhere to be found in her house, right?
She did mention something last night, though. She said that we envoys came early. Did you come early for what's happening tomorrow? I don't even think the main character in MASH really realized that that meant some kind of event was going down with the envoys today. Your foe impersonation is still a million times better than Baby's. You don't like my Baby impression? Go gaga! Poggers, appreciate you lurking, man. Thanks for stopping by. The Baby impression still haunts me. Oh my god. That dude, that shit was so silly. I just don't understand. The reason I did that was because I thought it was so silly how, like, every other sentence they would just have the baby go goo goo gaga. Like, why? What's the purpose of that? That shit was so silly. Go goo gaga! Farming on Punishing Grey Raven? Oh yeah, I've seen some videos of that. That game looks fun. I can't play another gacha game though. My wallet can't let me. Please stop, the baby is already dead. It's true, dude, true. I didn't realize it until we got to the Lostbelts, but that was pretty much a Lostbelt in itself, so everyone in that fucking timeline's pretty much dead now, huh? Aggressive goo goo gaga. Foe! Maybe she had some errands she needed to... Wait, huh? I guess I'd better go after him. Foe, you're not supposed to run off on your own. Got you. Foe! Caillou! Huh? There's something happening over there. Congratulations! It's great you all made it out today. Thank you for everything. I'm so glad the goddess brought us together. Say hi to everyone else when you get there. We had to say goodbye to 3 people just last year. Here, these flowers are for all of you, all the boys that grew them together. We hope you can use them to decorate your new home. Hey, we girls help too, you know. Ugh, this is exactly why I hate boys. You're all such jerks. Hey, no saying jerk. You know we're not allowed to use any bad words today. Oh, I'm sorry. Just forget it. I didn't mean to say it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. It makes us really happy getting a bouquet from you like this. It really does. Oh. It really does. Fuck. What voice do I use for... Dude, there's only so many voices I can come up with. God damn it. It really does. You all follow the goddess's teachings so well and have grown up to be such wonderful children. We're so glad. Make sure you all get along even after we've left. We can't wait to see you again when you come join us one day. Take care of yourselves, everyone.
Did I do that?
Dante, appreciate the follow. Look. There's a few grown-ups there. I guess they really do exist, even though we didn't see them yesterday. It looks like the children are giving them something. Flowers? Those are the special flowers. It took 6 months for all the children to grow them. They're really important. Why is that? You can't go to Valhalla without them. Only the souls with proof that they were loved can go there. The goddess decided that long ago, so long it would make your head spin. So that's why the children grow flowers. It's our job. Valhalla? Isn't that's where certain people go when they die in Norse mythology, right? Specifically, it's the place where the souls of the chosen heroes gather. At least, it's supposed to be. I learned that from Skyrim! What do they call it in Skyrim? Is it Valhalla in Skyrim? Skyrim, Valhalla. Sovngarde, that's what they call it in Skyrim. For Sovngarde. Sovngarde is literally Valhalla in Skyrim. That's where I originally learned about it when I was like a teenager. Sovngarde. People don't die on Norse myth, they go to Valhalla.
Specifically, it's the place where the souls of the chosen heroes gather. At least, it's supposed to be. Valhalla, Odin's palace, Hall of Warriors. In Norse legend, it's said that only the souls chosen by the Valkyries can ever go there. Of course, that also means the only people who get to go there, by definition, are dead. A land of the dead. Then, when Gerda said today was special, does that mean... Oh my, that's right. I haven't thanked you nearly enough, haven't I? Lady Mash, Lord Max, foe? If you hadn't saved me from those giants, they'd squished me before I had a chance to get my own bouquet. Then my soul would have just wandered around forever, and I'd never get to go to Valhalla. So thank you so much. I really can't thank you enough. Huh? Oh. That big gate is the exit. I know we used to use it to enter the village when we came back from picking medical herbs yesterday, but that's not really what it's used for. It's really meant for leaving. Just leaving. It's where the chosen grown-ups go on the ordained day. Nobody ever uses it to come in. Envoy, oh envoy, we have come to offer you everything, in accordance with the word of the Heavenly Mother. The adults are prostrating themselves. It looks like they're performing some kind of ritual. They always do that. They're supposed to. I'll have to do that someday too. It might be in 2 years or 12 years, but one day I'll have to. You have to bow your head, close your eyes, and count to, I think it was 3 tens? Anyway, once you finish counting, that's when one comes. From the gate? No, from the sky. Foo-foo! The sky? 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Look, over there.
Humans! Oh humans, today is the ordained day. Oh humans, today is your day. Your lives shall be taken. Know that this... Know that this is an act of love. Know that through this act, the last remaining deity, the goddess, extends her hand to you out of love.
Oh, is it supposed to be like the Valkyries? I didn't know. Fuck, dude. I don't have any voice for the Valkyries. Oh, humans, bow your heads. Give thanks to the ice, the snow, and the light.
Envoy! Oh, glorious Valkyrie gleaming bright! Please take the grown-ups with you! They followed all the goddess's teachings and raised us. The ones who couldn't raise us played with us until they were 14. None of them were bad people, so please take us with you. Please take them with you to Valhalla. A envoy, the one who takes souls to Valhalla. They're here. Envoy, angel, wait, no, I'm sensing an extremely powerful magical energy signal coming from the sky. They're either a pseudo-god or a demigod, but either way, their magical energy is incredibly powerful. This must be one of the beings known as in proper human history as the Daughters of Odin, the Valkyries.
Deep voice Valkyries means death by snoo.
Ooh, damn. She's, that's not one of the ones that we have. Oh, humans, rejoice. I shall open the great gate for you, in accordance with the divine law. Walk through it, do not hesitate. Meet your end as sacrifices to the giants. Do that, and your soul shall be taken to the Hall of Warriors, though you have never known battle. Rejoice, humans, and be glad. This is love bestowed upon you by the one true goddess.
Thank you, O Envoy. We are endlessly grateful for the blessings you and the goddess have bestowed upon us.
We will go and meet our end. Please, open the gate for us. Very well, it shall be done, and so your lives shall end.
Hold it!
Humans, what is this strange sound? This is astonishing. It is a crime most grave. Who would interrupt this most sacred ritual? This ritual marks the solemn, glorious end of humans. They're humans' lives. It is not to be trifled with. Please wait, Envoy, or rather, Valkyrie. Huh? What are you doing, Lady Mash? You're not supposed to go against the tradition of the ordained day. Valkyrie, you said these grown-ups would go to Valhalla, to Odin's palace, the Hall of Warriors. In Norse mythology, Valhalla is supposed to be the final resting place for the souls of brave heroes. But these people don't even have swords, let alone armor. They're not warriors. And you mean to send them to their deaths? To be killed by giants, even though they worship you? Heathens. Our shared records reported that heathens had invaded our holy land, and now here you stand. In that case, it falls to me to execute you. Wait! Humans know that it is futile to resist. Humans know that the will to resist itself is a grave offense. You two are... Ah, yes, I see now. You have passed the age of 15 without having children, haven't you? Then you must die. Your souls will never ascend to Valhalla. You will simply be consumed by the giants and die, loveless and alone. Loveless? We don't know this Scandinavia. We have no way of knowing what it is you value. But I do know that what you're doing here is not love. It is cruel. And I don't just mean offering innocent people up to the giants. I mean ending children's lives before they've had a chance to grow up. And I will not just look the other way while that happens here. Master! You said it. Let's do this, Mash. VR headset. Right, preparing for battle. No, Lady Mash, please. Envoys aren't supposed to argue with each other. I'm sorry, Gerda, but I'm not an envoy. That's why I will fight her on this. Let's go. Wait, so here the giants defeated the gods? I don't think so. I think it's all an ecosystem that the Oh, she's a rider. What the hell? It's all an ecosystem. I guess rider makes sense because didn't they ride Pegasuses? What was I gonna say? It's all an ecosystem, it seems like, made by the king of this Lostbelt to make it so that humans never overpopulate and that it's constantly in a state of peace because no one's going to want to go to war if they never grow up. They can't get old enough. And then I don't know why, we're going to learn more about the giants. I don't know much about the giants, but the ecosystem of the king of this Lostbelt treats the humans in this Lostbelt almost like livestock. They're happy and free within the confines of their own cages, which are these towns, but once they grow up old enough, they're cold and killed. And so, I don't know, we'll have to see more. They have wings themselves, true. I don't understand why they're riders then. Jumping to people's houses, say they are shit, forcing your ideals in their face. Classic hero act, yeah, right? The thing that Mash and the main character don't understand is that yeah, it's all normalized here. I mean, you have a fucking society that has literally grown up with these circumstances, and like I agree with the main character in Mash, obviously, like it's not right, but this is their own version of peace, essentially. They've had peace for what seems like 1,000, maybe 1,000 plus years at this point with no war by doing this, by culling humans. Obviously, I still don't agree with that, but that's their own version of like that. In their eyes, that is their ideal version of peace and the way humanity should act. Because it seems like no one ever starves, no one ever starves, there is no war, and people get to stay youthful, and they get to stay youthful and in their the prime of their life without ever having to actually get old and face the hardships of what old age comes with. Like, I get it. I totally get the reasoning behind it, but you also miss out on so many other things. And of course, if you're forcing that ideology and that way of living on other people, you know, that's not right in itself, too. There's no peace, only Valhalla.
Either way, we already know. We already know how this is gonna end, though, because of how Lostbelt 1 ended. The twist we got at the end of Lostbelt 1 is that if we want to get our own humanity back and our own timeline and our own way of life back, we have to literally cull all of these Lostbelts, and everyone inside of them has to perish. That's the only way it's gonna happen. Sag. It'd be cool. What I think would be really cool. I don't know if they're gonna do it in a future Lostbelt, but it would be cool if we tried to find a way to save the people of these Lostbelts, save the citizens by like opening up a portal or making a way for the people in these Lostbelts to get outside and survive with us, and then bring them into our own proper human history or whatever whenever that comes back. But then like it would be interesting for us to try to make that happen, and then as soon as we cut down the tree or cull the Lostbelt, all of them just disappear anyway. Like there's no way to actually save them. That would fucking hit hard. They can't be saved, Max. It is unfortunate, but creation cannot exist without destruction. Killing people is wrong. Also, we are going to commit genocide. Yeah. It would just be interesting because I know the MC of FGO. The MC of FGO has a similar ideology with my own, which is you always do your absolute best to save people whenever you can. And now he's faced with the hard reality of him having to actually have to cull all these Lostbelts. But it would be super interesting if they tried to go to the far extreme and try everything they possibly could to save the people of these Lostbelts by like getting them outside of the Lostbelt and saving them that way, and then only for us to destroy the Lostbelt from within, and then the people that we actually got outside like faded away or something, because since we destroyed that timeline, they ceased to exist after that. We're just here to chop some trees, bro. Chaldea Lumberjack Incorporated. If Chaldea randomly dies to a boss in the middle of a Lostbelt, then it matters, yeah. You're gonna love Lostbelt 3 then, and the finale of this one too? Oh shit, okay. We're fighting her again, huh? Get them tissues ready. No! How can a human defeat an envoy? I may be human, but I'm also a demi-servant who once possessed the power of a heroic spirit. The sort who is exactly the kind of hero whose soul the Valkyries would have desired, at least in proper human history. Given your nature, you can't ignore the remains of that hero inside of me. That's why... The soul of a hero. 2,000 and several hundred years since I was manufactured, and never once did I get to see one. Target has disappeared. The Ortnax's output drop is within tolerance. I'm still good to go. Caillou! She wasn't a servant. She did give off magical energy signal, but she wasn't summoned here, which would mean here in 2020, this Scandinavian Lostbelt is home to... There are lots and lots of envoys. Lots and lots and lots. Why did you do that, Lady Mash? How could you fight another envoy? The goddess is going to be really mad. The envoy's gone. Just vanished into thin air. Is that even possible? Huh? Now what's going to happen to the ritual? This isn't right. It doesn't make sense. We gave them the bouquet, but the envoy never opened the gate. We can't open it ourselves, right? Gerda did yesterday, but we can't do that on the ordained day, right? Oh no, this is terrible. The envoy's gone. She was supposed to take us to Valhalla. It's okay, the envoys are servants of the goddess, right? Even if one disappears, more will come in her place. There, look!
See that up in the sky? Fo, Caillou! I'm sensing lots of new magical energy signatures from the sky. The Hortnex should be able to handle a series of consecutive battles. Amalgam God is in good shape. He should stand up in combat at a minimum. It also seems like the envoys view the people of these villages as something to be protected. When we fought, it seemed like she didn't want to hurt the people or damage the village. I'm willing to bet that the next envoys will probably take the same approach. I'm sorry. I really should be apologizing for all this. I was foolish, reckless. Hey, it's okay. I would have done the same. I had the same thing in mind. You just beat me to it. Thank you, Master. Multiple magical energy signatures are approaching quickly from above. Here they come. Initiating combat while maintaining the Hortnex's output. Requesting orders and backup, Master. What's up, Asperos? Wandering around Oku? Oh boy. Cormax is gonna lose so many friends till Atlantis. Sag. I know, fucking Patsy's fucking... Patsy basically gave us a taste of what's gonna happen in the future Lostbelt, huh? Dude, his speech at the end was so fucking good. Don't you dare lose to a world built on strength. Yeah. It's so fucking good, dude. It's not about being needlessly cruel if Chaldea is about to kill them. It's right to just let their final moments be better, but that's better on our standard, not theirs, right? I would say that's correct, but I mean, at the end of the day, this is fiction. It's a story. They're just trying, I think Nasu and the other writers for FGO are just trying to tell a good story, so you have to remember that. And on top of that, whenever it's anything you do, it's always going to be on your standard, not theirs, right? No matter what you do, in the end. Phew! All envoys have disappeared. The village remains unharmed. I never imagined so many would show up all at once like this. The Hortnex's output has dropped, but the auto-maintenance function should restore it in 10 seconds. As long as I have that much time before an enemy reinforcements arrive, we should be fine. Fo, Caillou! Even more magical energy signatures are gathering in the sky. I believe they mean to attack after gathering all of their forces. The Hortnex's auto-maintenance function should finish in time, but the situation could change significantly depending on how long the envoys keep attacking. And we won't be getting any help from the border. We'll just have to hold out. We'll just have to hold out on our own as best we can. Right. There's a pretty tremendous difference in firepower between them. If another Valkyrie with the same amount of magical energy as that first one shows up, will Senpai and I still be able to win? Lady Mosh? Lady Mosh? Please stop. Please don't fight with the other envoys. Besides, you're clearly in terrible pain. Please. Gerda, Once they take the flowers, the grown-ups are supposed to go through the gate. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's always been. Once they do, the giants show up and squish them in no time. I've seen it from the crack in the gate lots of times. Smush! They don't say anything. They can't do anything. But that's okay. I'm not afraid. I know I'll get to go to Valhalla as soon as the envoy is watching me. As long as the envoy is watching me, that's what the goddess has decided. There's nothing wrong with that. It might just be a teeny tiny bit scary, but once I'm squished, it'll all be over, and I'll be fine, so... There's nothing fine about that. Nobody's dying on my watch if I can help it. Nobody! Senpai. But why? This is how it's been since forever and ever. I'm sorry, Gerda, but I'm not putting down my shield. Even if this is the way things are done here, even if it's what you all want, we don't want to give up on anything, on anyone. Whether it's one life, or two, or millions. Magical energy signals. Senpai, multiple enemies are diving towards us simultaneously. They're going to use their noble phantasms at... Some sort of powerful light shot towards the envoys. Oh, wait. Some sort of powerful light shot towards the envoys. A gunshot? No, it's cannon fire. Oh shit. I turned to see flames burning bright. No, not flames. A man. A human inferno. The titanic cannon he holds in his arm is pointed towards the sky. His smile is as dazzling as the first rays of the morning sun. A true man among men, standing taller and prouder than anyone else nearby. Should we?
How deep is this? Is this deep? Hello? Do we use the deep voice? Or is it too deep? Too deep? Okay.
The good fellow. Too deep. He's in too deep. Pull out. You called? Yeah, you did. No need to say anything. I can tell. Well, here I am. Let's go, the Chad. Think All Might if you can do it? Gotcha. Save that for the enemy. True.
This is the voice we are going to use when dealing with gods. Kneel before me, humans.
Some shit like that. We got the boy who is fucking... Dude. He's an archer, right? He is an archer? I must have leveled him a bit. Yeah, I was just gonna mention, he's the reason why, he's one of the reasons why I have so many USOs. What the fuck? Did I pass him? I might be dumb. Yeah, I'm gonna sort by rarity. There he is. Yeah, he was level 18. He's NP5, and I swear to God, I've gotten another 5 copies since I've NP5'd him. He is, I don't know why, but this man loves me. He comes to me in the gacha so often, man. Like, I have...
おや、何か物入りかな？それは
I have 11 USOs, and I swear to God, at least 5 of those are from Napoleon. Don't swear to God they are the enemy here. I want to know, what is Napoleon's lore? Because I don't even know. I only know Napoleon Dynamite, baby. Nope. I always get Napoleon and Columbus mixed up because he was also someone that like did a bunch of voyages, right? Napoleon, also Napoleon Bonaparte, and later known by his regnal name as Napoleon I, was a French military and political leader who rose to prominence during the French Revolution and led several successful campaigns during the Revolutionary Wars. He's a revolutionary. I already love him. Napoleon, also Napoleon... Blah, blah, blah. He was the de facto leader of the French Republic as first consul from 1799 to 1804 as Napoleon I. He was Emperor of the French from 1804 to 1814, and again in 1815. Napoleon's political and cultural legacy has endured, and he has been one of the most celebrated and controversial leaders in world history. Napoleon was born on the island. Okay, I don't need to know his... He supported the French Revolution in 1789 while serving the French army, and tried to spread its ideals to his native... What did he fight against? Did he fight against the royal family? He rose rapidly in the army after he saved the governing French Directory by firing on royal insurgents. I remember that, okay. In 1796, he began the military campaign against the Austrians and their Italian allies, scoring decisive victories and become a national hero. Is that why everyone... That's one of the reasons people always meme about Italian and the white flag, right? Italy and the white flag. 2 years later, he led a military expedition to Egypt that served as a springboard to political power. He engineered a coup in November 1799 and became the first consul of the Republic. Differences in the United Kingdom meant that the French faced the War of the Third Coalition by 1804. Napoleon shattered his coalition. Dude, I need to take more history classes. I found this shit so boring in school, but I find it so much more interesting now that I'm an adult. Did he... I was just curious if did he lead the revolution against monarchs? Was there a monarchy and he led against that? Is that what happened? The French and the white flag, not Italy? Oh, okay, it's about World War II, gotcha. We take history for granted when we were school, for sure. I mean, it makes sense. I get... Like, you're a kid, dude. When you're, like, a teenager, dude, you're all about fucking... You're all horned up. You're, like, fucking... Sex, video games, getting high, bro. That's all I care about. Or that was my teenage years, anyway. Napoleon, don't think so? What did he, what was the French Revolution about back then? French Revolution was a period of radical political and societal change in France that began with the Estates General of 1789 and ended with the formation of the French Consulate in November 1799. What was the existing regime? It was a feudal system, so it kind of was. It was a similar. It basically was. It looks like the French Revolution was revolting against a bunch of nobles that fucking didn't want to form a democracy, and then after the French Revolution, it looks like a democracy was formed, for the most part. Interesting. He rose to power post-revolution. Okay. I was just trying to get a bit of Napoleon's history since I know like nothing about it. Didn't he? I thought he had to do with like a bunch of voyages because that's why I always got, for some reason, I always confused Napoleon and fucking Columbus because I thought they were both like big fucking boat dudes. Should we? I wonder if we should watch like a little video about him. Oh shit, ZTL came out with a new video talking about Summer 7 leaks. Apparently it was leaked. They're just leaks, but the leaks were saying that the other 5-star summer servants on JP, I mean, I guess, spoiler, it's a leak, so take it with a grain of salt. I don't want people in chat to get mad at me for talking about leaks, but apparently the leaks, take it with a grain of salt, are the other 5 stars are going to be Summer Erish and Summer Morgan. Ooh. Summer Erish would be huge. Summer Morgan would be huge too, but it's like, she just came out. Come on, man. Don't know if any leaks were accurate in the past like 2 years. Yeah, you always take leaks with a grain of salt. It's just fun to theorize though, right? Okay, Napoleon history video. Let me find like a short, like, is there like a short cartoon one? History oversimplified, but that's 30 minutes. I need a super short one. Just give me the gist of who he was. History versus Napoleon. Animated history. This one's 5 minutes. I wonder which one's better. Which one's got more views? This one's got 4.6 million. Let's watch this one. All right. Short little history on Napoleon. History lesson chat. Woo! I like just getting context on them. I know Nasu or Fate lore usually twists it a little bit to make it more cool, but let's watch it anyway. All right.
After the French Revolution erupted in 1789, Europe was thrown into chaos. Neighboring countries' monarchs feared they would share the fate of Louis XVI and attacked the new republic. While at home, extremism and mistrust between factions led to bloodshed. In the midst of all this conflict, a powerful figure emerged to take charge of France. But did he save the revolution or destroy it?
Order, order. Who's the defendant today? I don't see anyone.
Your Honor, this is Napoleon Bonaparte.
Was he short?
Who invaded nearly all of Europe to compensate for his personal, stature-based insecurities.
Oh no! He's a short
Actually,
king!
Napoleon was at least average height for his time. The idea that he was short comes only from British wartime propaganda. And he was no tyrant. He was safeguarding the young republic from being crushed by the European monarchies, by overthrowing its government and seizing power himself. Your Honor, as a young and successful military officer, Napoleon fully supported the French Revolution and its ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity. But the revolutionaries were incapable of real leadership. Robespierre and the Jacobins who first came to power unleashed a reign of terror on the population with their anti-Catholic extremism and non-stop executions of everyone who disagreed with them. And the directory that replaced them was an unstable and incompetent...
I myself, chat, am 5'8". Don't let that get you wrong, dude. I understand the short king struggle. I'm 5'8", chat. So don't get it twisted. I'm not making fun of him. I'm saying he's a short king, just like me.
Oligarchy.
I understand.
They needed a strong leader who could govern wisely and justly.
So, France went through that whole revolution just to end up with another all-powerful ruler?
Not quite. Napoleon's new powers were derived from the Constitution that was approved by a popular vote in the consulate. Ha! The Constitution was practically dictated at gunpoint in a military coup, and the public only accepted the tyrant because they were tired of constant civil war. Be that as it may, Napoleon introduced a new constitution and a legal code that kept some of the most important achievements of the revolution intact: freedom of religion, abolition of hereditary privilege, and equality before the law for all men. All men,
Nice.
indeed. He deprived women of the rights that the revolution had given them,
Damn!
and even reinstated slavery in the French colonies.
What?
Haiti is still recovering from the consequences centuries later. What kind of equality is that? The only kind that could be stably maintained at the time, and still far ahead of France's neighbors.
Speaking of neighbors, what was with all the invasions?
Great question, Your Honor. Which invasions are we talking about? It was the neighboring empires who had invaded France, trying to restore the monarchy and prevent the spread of liberty across Europe, twice by the time Napoleon took charge. Having defended France as a soldier and a general in those wars, he knew that the best defense is a good offense. An offense against the entire continent? Peace was secured by 1802, and other European powers recognized the new French regime. But Bonaparte couldn't rest unless he had control of the whole continent, and all he knew was fighting. He tried to enforce a European-wide blockade of Britain, invaded any country that didn't comply, and launched more wars to hold on to his gains. And what was the result? Millions dead all over the continent, and the whole international order shattered.
Sad.
You forgot the other result: the spread of democratic and liberal ideals across Europe. It was thanks to Napoleon that the continent was reshaped from a chaotic patchwork of fragmented feudal and religious territories into efficient, modern.
I'm just thinking in my head, fucking back then, a bunch of the neighboring country being like, goddamn liberals, god fucking libtards, I'll tell you what, brother.
And secular nation states where the people held more power and rights than ever before. Should we also thank him for the rise of nationalism and the massive increase in army sizes? You can see how well that turned out a century later.
So what would European history have been like if it weren't for Napoleon?
Unimaginably better.
worse.
Napoleon's seemingly unstoppable momentum would die in the Russian winter snows, along with most of his army. But even after being deposed,
He should have
and
been in the last
exiled,
Lostbelt
he
then.
refused to give up, escaping from his prison and launching a bold attempt at restoring his empire before being defeated for the second and final
Damn,
time.
dude, he's a fucking
Bonaparte was a ruler full
actual
of contradictions,
fucking short
defending a
king.
popular revolution by imposing absolute dictatorship and spreading liberal ideals through imperial wars. And though he never achieved his dream of conquering Europe, he undoubtedly left his mark on it, for better or for worse.
Wow. That was good. Well, he was a interesting character to say the least. All right, and now he's here. The Lostbelt 2 is a special, huh? What did I just join into? We were just getting Napoleon lore because he just showed up. I was curious what his history was. Doesn't mention that millions of women raped by the French army. Unstoppable. Long story short, Napoleon was a good for nothing. A lot of unstoppable force of history was foiled by winter. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, a lot of bad, some good. I guess the only good thing that came from Napoleon's overall takeover was that it did sort of take down some of the monarchies that happened back then and instated a more left progressive democratic organization. But like there's obviously no justification for war regardless though, so very, very little good, a lot of bad, it sounded like. That's what I got from that. I love how he was imprisoned, fucking escaped the prison, and then continued his fucking war, dude. Actual fucking Fucking, that's crazy. That's so funny to me. War never changes. A lot of unstoppable. Attila the Hun was the best short king. Ask his millions of spawns. Oh no. All right, onwards. Let's say hi to Napoleon. FGO Napoleon's still a bro and anti-divine. You gotta respect the guy who fights with a god with a rainbow cannon. Yeah, no, don't you worry. I mean, look at his fucking sprite, dude. That's Chad as fuck. The good fellow. How do you like my little cannon here? Siest magnifique, non? Ha ha ha! Nothing better than a fine gentleman like myself fighting off a swarm of angels. Well, I guess those aren't angels, huh? No wings. No, wait, scratch that. Didn't angels originally have wings because of some old winged Egyptian god or something like that? Oh, well, at this point, I guess it doesn't matter either way. I see. Though they were just mass-produced models, this one can blast away several at once. I also see he is working with that individual known as Mash Kirillite. Servants are beings that threaten the goddess's rule, thus they are to be eradicated, not loved. Begin Link, all nearby envoys, begin Link, none may defy her. So you're gonna huddle together and make yourself an even bigger target? Well, that's just fine by me. Go ahead, I'll blow you out of the sky. Haven't you managed to put together that anything in the air it's just target for my incredible firepower?
Servant. And not one dependent on his Lostbelt's magical energy either. He must be a heroic spirit from proper human history. Master, that man is the first we've met here in Scandinavia to...
Are heroes born from their accomplishments? Nah, it's not that. They're born because the people want them to be born. Trust me, as a hero who's gone from the top of the heap to the bottom of the barrel, I know a thing or two.
A hero? Who are you?
What's that, mademoiselle? Oh, you will become a fine beauty when you're older, I can tell. You want to know who I am? Well, let's see. As long as someone out there's got their hopes up, or wishes things to be different somehow, I'm the guy who's gonna make their dreams come true. I'm the guy who sees the stars shining bright in this young man and his trusty partner as they fight against the fate of the world. Go ahead and lead the way, kids from proper human history. My cannon is yours to command. This is what they call lending a helping hand. Let your magical energy loose. Don't hold back. Let's get this done with style. Your helping hand couldn't have come in at a better time. What do you think we've been doing so far? Damn right. Now let's go. Damn, dude. Fucking Chad. Short king. Original phrase means I came, I saw, I conquered. Oh shit. Oh, we got a buff. Let's go. I think Musashi's slowly becoming my favorite fucking character, man. She's so fucking... I just keep remembering that her line from Lostbelt 1, I fucking loved, where Ivan's going, you're one of us. You're from a Lostbelt. Your timeline doesn't exist anymore. What? You're one of me. You should be working with me. She's like, I'm pretty sure I don't know any other talking elephants. She's so dorky, man. Musashi is your favorite character? Maybe, I don't know. She's definitely growing on me. Slowly, she instantly became yours? Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of good characters in Fate. I don't know if I can have a favorite, dude. There's so many good ones. Is Thomas Edison a lion IRL? Don't question Napoleon's height. They just wanted to make him a Chad. George R.R. Martin wrote Atlantis. Oh no. Summer 4 was fun with Musashi. She says she's not Musashi. Then you can use her and she shouts it in her NP. Yeah. My name is Miyamoto Musashi. She's so dorky, man. Hurrah! Take this! Hurrah! Break them! Smash them! Make your way through! He's opened a huge hole in the formation of envoys. Many of them have started to disperse. The situation has worsened. Inexplicable. That man's magical energy is not unlimited. He should have already run out after so many large bombardments, yet he still remains operational. The same is true of the demi-servant. How? How is this possible? Why do they still fight? Inexplicable. Inexplicable. Continued combat may result in indeterminate losses on our side. We must return to seek the goddess's counsel. Retreat! Retreat! All remaining envoys appear to have left the area. Their magical energy signals have dispersed. Disappeared. The battle is over, senpai. There I go again. I was far too reckless. Da Vinci's not going to be happy about this. Nothing we can do except brace for yelling. What about the villagers? That light was amazing. I've never seen so many amazing things. You're amazing, mister. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Huh? Haha, nicely done, you two. You look pretty worn out right now, but I know that's not all you've got left in the tank. I can't promote you to general at our first meeting, but I can at least give you a medal or two. Did he actually just slap medals on us? Excuse me, we really do appreciate your helping us out tremendously, but do you think you could stop smacking Senpai on the back so hard? Oh, was that hard? Sorry about that. Old habits die hard, as they say. God damn, he hits hard. Sorry again. Here, how about I give you a back rub? Or are you all right now? Are you? That's right. Matere... I am not going to be able to say that. Matere du Chaldea from Proper Human History. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce myself. Then listen up, humans. One day your desires will become a rainbow emblazoned across the sky. Know why? 'Cause I am here now. He's literally All Might, dude. I don't know much about this Lostbelt business, but nobody messes with the people of Europe on my watch. That's right. I'm a man of infinite possibility. Wherever I go, I leave rainbows in my wake. I am Napoleon, an archer. You're looking at the hero of humanity in all of Scandinavia. Metre? You don't remember him being so ripped? And she preys on Shodas. I hope that's just a meme. I know a lot of people have been saying that. I think I've noticed Musashi just kind of fucking says everyone's hot. Musashi fucking saw us, says we're a cutie. She sees Mash, says she's a cutie. Sees fucking Da Vinci and like dies of cuteness, and then sees Holmes and like she sees Holmes and fucking is like, who's that hottie? So you use a cannon, huh, Chad Orion? Fucking Musashi, man. Oh yeah, sexy. My name is Musashi Miyamoto. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's true. She's a Shotokan, yeah. I mean, she... yeah. Fucking Musashi, man. He's a tall, buff king of his time. Actually, just looks like that.
The gate won't open, will it?
No, Gerda. It only opens on the ordained day, assuming you stay here and don't go out again at least.
I won't. Nobody has a fever right now.
You did a good deed, Gerda, so the goddess and the envoys will forgive you. That they didn't punish you is proof enough of that, right? Still, the gate won't open. I wonder if they really will have to wait for the next ordained day to set off on our journey, like he said we would.
This has never happened before. What's going to happen now? It almost feels like I'm dreaming.
An envoy only comes on the ordained day. The goddess hasn't permitted them to descend from Valhalla any other time. At least, that's what that man with the huge metal thing said. Whether it's true or not is beyond me. Honestly, we're not sure what to do now either. It never even occurred to us that something like this could even happen. Some are saying we should try to force the gate open now, but...
You can't! You'll never go to Valhalla without an envoy. So, in that case, maybe you could all just wait until next year?
Yeah, I suppose we could.
Of course you could. All the children were thinking how nice it would be to make the flower bed past the field a bit bigger. We'd all be so happy if the grown-ups helped us. I mean that, you know? So what do you say?
The fire on the mountains? Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with that either. The snow and the ice at least make some sense, but the fire? I got nothing.
Really? You don't know what's going on with the ice that covers the mountains and the snow that covers all of Scandinavia? Fo!
Yeah, more or less. I might as well explain while we're taking a break. I guess it's about time I told you the point of this march, anyway. Say I never did tell you where I wanted to go after we left the village, did I?
You didn't tell us anything. All you said was, "Join me!"
Sorry about that. Alright then, let's start from the beginning. You two know about the myth of Ragnarok, right? Well, in this Lostbelt, it looks like the last war between the gods and giants still took place. But, as you very likely figured out for yourselves, the Age of Gods didn't end here for some reason. Thanks to that, civilization never developed. Humans are still worshipping gods, and giants roam unchecked around the mountains. Basically, for the last 3,000 or so years, things have remained pretty much the same as they were back in 1000 BC, when the Norse Age of Gods was originally meant to end.
I was predicting, as soon as we got into this Lostbelt and they started talking about Ragnarok, I was predicting that Ragnarok didn't happen at all, but it looks like maybe it did happen, but just a different outcome happened? I don't know.
In 1000 BC, when the Norse Age of Gods was originally meant to end. That's what led to this place heading down a slightly different path from the myth we know.
Fo! The Age of Gods lasting into the present day, and director Gordolf and Da Vinci were right.
Yup. The real deal's right here in Scandinavia. Didn't you hear that kids going on about the goddess this and goddess that? Well, there you are. She didn't die in Ragnarok or turn into a divine spirit. She's remained intact to this day. Now she rules this Lostbelt, using her 100 envoys as a go-between to keep both the giants and humans in check. She's the last god in Scandinavia, and she's kept the Age of Gods going all this time. She lives in the northern part of the Fjord.
How the fuck do you say that?
Fjord.
Okay. Easy enough.
Fjord. She lives in the northern part of Oslo Fjord, in a castle located in proper human history's old Oslo region. The Queen of Scandinavia, who covered half of its mountains in frost. Skatak Skadi, goddess of snow and ice. The last remaining deity, and the one in charge of this entire Lostbelt. We're not talking servant here, we're talking a full-blown, honest-to-goodness goddess. I'm trying to get
get to her castle, that's probably where you'll find the Crypter and that servant too. I bet it's also where that paper moon thing is, along with that, what was it called again? The Tree of Emptiness? Anyway, I bet they know where you can find that too. Huh? Skatak? Yup.
You mean that, Skatak?
That's what I said.
Fo, Caillou!
Ah! Get off of me, you thing! Oh, what is this thing, a dog? I'm okay with dogs.
Fo!
What? What's your problem? What'd I say?
Fo, what's gotten into you? Skahak? Or Scat? What? The goddess of quick, yup.
Skahawk.
Skahak. Oh, I was close. Skahak.
Skahawk. Skahawk.
It's probably one of those words, chat, that depends on the accent and like where you're saying it from, I bet.
Skahawk.
Skahak. Skahak. Yeah, there you go. Skahak. Gotcha. Skahak. What about the giants? Indeed, they may appear to be quite active, but they are not exactly industrious. I hold absolute authority over them. I can make them attack or sleep with a single command. But even I cannot suppress their instincts. The giants who survived consume heat in any form they can. Though most of them remain in hibernation, they will awaken at the slightest hint of a new heat source and devour it immediately. Hey, what's up, Grab Guru? How you doing? Then, the giants can't serve as a proper disciplined army, as I suspected. Of course, I have nothing but the utmost respect for your ability to control many of them at once, but...
As familiars go, they're third-rate at best.
Saber. It's quite alright. That knight of yours is correct, Ophelia. The giants may have lived through the fires of Ragnarok as the humans and I did, but they are a pitiful shadow of their former selves. Still, they were once proud, mighty souls. That is why I love them, for they too are living things here in Scandinavia. We gods may not have always seen eye to eye with giants, but they were still beings on par with us. The heat of the flames scorched them all. It twisted the frost giants, the mountain giants. No giant escaped its wrath. Dark silhouette, damn, could be anyone. Right. Now they have become so twisted that they are little more than walking calamities. They bring nothing but death and destruction, just like fire. So I shall keep them in check myself. With the masks born of my own hands. Oh, that's what's on the giants. I can unite all of the giants under my rule. For I carry the noble blood of Ymir in my icy veins. Monka. She's a Titan shifter.
Aha, so you two knew Skahawk from proper human history, huh? Unfortunately, this version of her is absolutely not the person you know. She's not a divine spirit, not a god that has lost its body and dissolved back into nature. She's an actual living goddess. Skahawk Skadi, goddess and queen, has been around for thousands of years, ever since the Age of Gods, a fusion of the Norse goddess Skadi and the Celtic warrior Skahawk.
Skahawk Skadi? I see. I did hear that a certain aspect of Skahawk from proper human history may have blended in with Norse deity Skadi. I suppose that means in this Lostbelt, Scotty, the goddess of snowy mountains who is herself part giant, would be a predominant figure over Skahawk.
Yup, that's pretty much it. Here in this Lostbelt where the Age of Gods never ended, she rules over humans and giants alike. Her goal seems to be for everything to remain as it is. I guess that part's the same as the other Lostbelts. If nothing else, I'm pretty sure she doesn't want to wipe humanity out. In fact, word has it that Skahawk Scotty loves all forms of life. That's what I've been hearing anyway.
Foe? Loves?
Means we can reason with her, long as we don't go openly declaring war on her or anything. She won't see us as enemies, guaranteed.
But Napoleon, we've already destroyed a number of her envoys.
Trust me, it's gonna take a lot more than that to ruffle this queen's feathers. I know that sounds pretty weird, but it's true. She doesn't call herself the mother of Scandinavia for nothing.
Wait, mother?
That's right. Dude, I'm kinda... No spoilers in chat for what I'm about to say. Like, don't correct me, but I'm just throwing out the theory for where I'm at in the story right now. That he said a few different things that kind of made me Monka-S, and one was that she loves humanity here, and then also, what did he just say? The mother. She's calling herself the mother. I'm getting fucking Tiamat vibes, bro. Mommy? Sorry. Scotty's part giant? I'm getting fucking... Dude, I am getting Tiamat vibes. That's right. That said, I can understand why you'd be nervous, especially after that big dust-up we had with the envoys. But that's as much of my fault as it is yours. Sorry for getting you two caught up in that.
Don't worry about it. We're just grateful you saved us.
Hey, thanks. That makes me feel a lot better.
I have to say, Napoleon, I'm impressed how much you know about this Lostbelt and proper human history. Napoleon... Oh, I'm not going to be able to say your last name, bro. Napoleon Bonaparte, you first made a name for yourself after the French Revolution in 1789, eventually going on to become the first emperor of France. As the supreme commander of the Grande Armée, you were one of France's greatest rulers and conquerors. For a time, you controlled over half of Europe, and your grand expedition to Russia is particularly well known, but at least in our database, I haven't seen anything regarding your exploits that pertain to Scandinavia. I did hear that you were quite the fan of James... What? Which had epic poems similar to the Norse poetic Edda, but that's all. What I'm trying to say is, you must have acquired your knowledge of Scandinavia after you materialized. Is that right, Napoleon? Yeah, how do you know so much? An Emperor Napoleon who knows about all of Scandinavia.
Haha, well, I'm sure I materialized here just a little bit before you all showed up. That's why I happen to know so much. I've been getting all this information while I travel around on foot and on some skis I made. As to the source of my information, well, I think I'll hold on to that for now. An air of mystery makes hotties like me even hotter, don't you think?
Fo-fo! Caillou!
Oh! What is it? You want me to fess up everything, no secrets? Come on, lay off me, doggo. I've got my reasons.
Fo isn't actually a dog.
Phew. Well, let me be perfectly clear about one thing. This here heroic spirits on humanity's side. I'm your ally. I came here to save you. Just make sure you don't forget that. Long as you don't, we could even make a temporary contract if you'd like.
Senpai? I trust Napoleon. He did save us when we were in a really bad spot. Yes, I agree. He is capable and trustworthy. That's right. I couldn't believe my eyes when I first saw an archer like you wielding that enormous cannon.
Is that so? I didn't think artillery specialists were all that uncommon. Then again, maybe it is tougher than I thought for someone like that to make their mark on humanity. It's not like I was an artillery officer my whole life. Hell, my spirit origin and noble phantasm are both pretty much afterthoughts.
Then you mean you didn't use a cannon like that when you were alive?
Ha ha ha, of course not. You're a riot, mademoiselle. Can you imagine an emperor like me going around with a cannon like this? Wait, guess I shouldn't laugh, huh? Sorry about that. It's just not that uncommon in modern heroic spirits. I don't know what sort of adventures you've gotten up to before, but haven't you seen anything like this with other modern heroic spirits from proper human history? You know, where they turned out to be kind of a caricature of their real selves? True. Yep. Oh, now that you mention it, Babbage's heroic spirit materialized as a mechanical suit of armor, and Edison doesn't look remotely close to how he did when he was alive, maybe because of the special circumstances surrounding his materialization. There are some who seem a bit different from their real selves. Some of them end up turning into innocent monsters, too.
Right? And in my case, I got this gigantic giga cannon. And that's not all that's different. Just look at how tall I am here. Ooh la la. Won't be calling me short anytime soon. Not a chance.
That's so good, dude. Oh, fuck. Good writing.
Well, as far as looks go, I've got my own reasons for appearing like I do. Enough of that, though. Anyone else want to ask me?
Yes. Fo. Remember how Gerda said that at least in Village 23, an envoy won't come for another year? Is there a reason for that? Something you know from your unidentified information source?
I can't be totally certain it'll be another year, but that sounds right to me. Oh, but that's not my source talking. I learned that firsthand.
How?
Just look at how many of them showed up this time. The envoys aren't allowed to sacrifice humans on any day besides the one that the goddess lady, Skahak ordained. So they must have brought a whole bunch of them along to make sure the ritual didn't go off the rails again.
Hold up, again?
Oh right, this wasn't my first run-in with them. Back at another village, I caught one of them trying to open those giant gates and sniped him. There was just one back then, probably because they didn't expect anyone to attack them, but that obviously wasn't the case with this last village. Remember them saying something about shared records? Well, the data from this one I sniped got shared with the rest. It looks like they responded by shoring up their numbers in preparation for another attack. The envoys don't care about the Queen's philanthropy. They're basically machines. No reasoning with them.
I see. Fo.
So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry. I had no idea they'd come back with those kinds of numbers. Guess I really messed things up for you two.
Oh no, not at all. We never would have won without your help, especially given how strong each envoy was individually.
Oh yeah, that. Guess I ought to level with you. I'm pretty sure the sisters they base the envoys off of are even stronger. The ones we ran into yesterday are basically mass-produced dolls that Queen Skahak made by infusing them with her own magical energy.
Mass-produced dolls?
Might as well get this out there too. The Queen here is merciful, yes, but the whole place is lousy with powerful, vicious enemies. A shitstorm of envoys, that Lostbelt servant with his demonic sword, and almost no allies for us. Even with the odds that stacked against us, are you two still ready to fight?
Of course, that's why we came here. Exactly, yes, we're ready to fight. We're the only ones who have a chance, no matter how small, of restoring Earth in proper human history. So, that's why...
Gotcha, that's good to hear. Me, I'm the guy who ruled over most of Europe. I'd say more or less that makes me its king.
Fo? Special translation. What Boney here going on about?
So if you call me, I'll be coming right away. Doesn't matter where, even way up north. Doesn't matter how cold it is, I'll be there. After all, if someone begs for my help, how can I refuse? Back when I was alive, there was a mountain of problems keeping my hands tied, like budgetary concerns and stockpiling issues. But now that I'm a heroic spirit fighting for humanity, nothing's gonna hold me back. Ha ha ha! There might only be so many categories of things I can help with, but there are two things I do best, it's fight hard and win. If that's what you're looking for, then the search is over. Besides, Scandinavia is still part of Europe, and nobody's better at winning in Europe than I am.
Senpai, his confidence and spirit are amazing. Although, there is one thing I'm a little concerned about. As I recall, Emperor Napoleon's biggest defeat was... Oh yeah, what was it again? When the Grande Armée couldn't handle the Russia winter. His expedition to Russia, the winter there was too harsh for his Grande Armée to endure, which ultimately led to their defeat. Apparently, that defeat was a major factor in the decline of his reign.
Honestly, it would have been nice to get another crack at Russia for my revenge, but oh well. Siesta la veille.
Still, since we're in harsh, wintry environment too, I will settle for avenging my Grande Armee's defeat here. Does that really count? I really don't know if that's how karma works at all, ever. Cobra, what's up? Poggy actual voices. Cobra, this guy, dude, Napoleon, is an absolute Chad, dude. It's literally, you'd love him, man. Actual fucking Giga Chad. Giga Chad. Now don't be like that, Private. Private? Do you mean Senpai? Yep, you're the first recruit of my new Grande... How do you pronounce that? They keep saying that word.
Army.
Oh, it's just army. Okay.
Army.
Army. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter then. Giga Chad, he just like me for real. Yup, you're the first recruit to my new Grande Armee. Good luck. Work hard enough, and maybe you'll even earn a medal. Fo. I'm sorry, but didn't you already give Senpai a medal? Oh, right, I did, didn't I? Aw, crap. Guess we lost track of time. Looks like we ran into a group of them out on patrol. Mademoiselle. You're right. Magical energy signals have headed towards us. Fortunately, they're still far enough away that I can use my thrusters to make a clean getaway. No, I say we let them find us. I want to get a better look at how you two fight. I'm not saying we do this for kicks. We need to hone our skills against opponents we know we can defeat before we come up against someone really tough. We need to get better at fighting together as a unit. Call it teamwork if you like. So what do you say? Makes sense to you, Private? I do want us to get better. I don't want to kill if we don't have to, but I do see your point. Haha, good answer. All right, here they are. Let's get this battle underway, Private. I love whoever in chat said that he's like All Might. You were 100% on the dot. This dude is literally the embodiment of fucking All Might, dude, from My Hero.
大丈夫。落ち着いて。普段通りに。宿のもの。白兵戦、行きます。もちろん。ショータイム。
I loved it when he said, no one, look how tall I am in this form. No one's gonna be making fun of my height here. That was so good. Oh, nice. I wasn't sure if that was gonna kill or not. Damn, that's a big giant. Bergsy? Should kill. Hiya!
水上戦も何のその。どこでも戦えるのが2.1流なのです。
Back at the castle. On a jet ski? Yeah, dude. Is that an emote? Let me get that. PP overheat. Emotes.
Did I do that?
Oh my god, dude. Add to channel. Diviner, appreciate the follow. Yes, I also play FGO. Nice. How you doing? Just farming Ember and JP while watching Max? Oh, hell yeah. The chill, the vibes. This is Hanako person's Lostbelt is absolutely out of the question. That's the third Lostbelt person, right? I don't know what they're talking about. TP over, we go fast. I'm out of money because 10-10-6 Castoria. Oh no! This Hanako's person's Lostbelt is absolutely out of the question. 2 of the other 4 that remain are completely unfit as well. In which case, I suppose we will need to cooperate with the Great Ones of Greece, as you originally proposed? Yes, Your Majesty. I believe that would be the wisest. Wait, what are they talking? 2 of the other 4 that remain are completely unfit as well, in which case I suppose we will need to cooperate with the Great Ones of Greece, as you originally proposed. Monka? I don't know what that means. Yes, Your Majesty. I believe that would be wisest. Pepe is an excellent Crypter in his own right, and his Lostbelt is of high quality. I also play FGO Cap. But in my estimation, it still does not compare to yours, Queen Skahawk Scotty. I don't think I have... Is Cap the half Kappa? I don't think I have that one either. Let me add that one too. There we go. There's a bunch of emotes I still don't have from 7TV. What's your opinion on Estrella? As a character, I have no idea. I know she's a really good single target arts servant though to pair with Castoria. I don't know as a character though. I haven't. If she appears in the story, I haven't gotten there yet. Yeah, it's not gonna. The new emotes aren't gonna appear on stream. Unfortunately, you'll have to refresh the chat on your own, and it'll appear there for you. But I think I'd have to restart all of stream for it to actually appear on stream. Unfortunately, so we'll see it next time at least. Scotty says, I do find that Crypter charming, but given what you have told me, I cannot say I care for his Lostbelt. Still, I much prefer it to the one lying right in the middle of a continent. That aside, what a bizarre name he has. Pepe, Pinocchio, Pinocchio. It does have a strange charm to it. No matter, let us discuss something else. The incident that took place in Village 23. It seems members of Chaldea did indeed join forces with that man. I'm told they destroyed quite a number of my daughters, the envoys modeled after the Valkyries. My knight and I will see that they are dealt with at once.
Just say the word and I'll kill him. Even a demonic sword gets rusty if you don't use it every now and then.
What have I told you? You will kill no one. Despite your pledge to serve me, Ophelia, I see your heart still lies with another. However, this is still my world, and so you will kill no one. They may end up meeting their end at the hands of giants, or at the hands of other imitation Valkyries. But that is simply the way of the world. It is natural as footprints on morning snow. This is so interesting, Monka W. This is so interesting to me because I love how the whole dynamic of how all of these Lostbelts are gonna work with the master Crypter being our enemy and their own servant, in which case it's Ophelia and her saber, Sigurd. And then they have the king of the Lostbelt, or in this case, queen, and they have to get along somehow. But because it's their world, because it's the queen's world, she wants to govern it as she sees fits, and the Crypters just have to get along with them somehow. It's an interesting dynamic. I like that. But that is simply the way of the world. It is as natural as footprints on morning snow. There is no need to involve your demonic sword. Besides, did I not tell you I would love them? I did not think you were serious. Haha, you say that as if it does not concern you, Ophelia. Your deadpan expression is impressive, but also dull.
Then again, he doesn't want my love, does he? Be that as it may, when it comes to dealing with others besides myself, my question remains the same. That is, do I kill them or love them? If I decide to kill them, I do so immediately. I halt them, freeze them, and destroy them. If I decide to love them, I do so until their dying breath. I nurture them and stay with them as they die. All humans are my children, as are all giants. Do I kill them or love them? My enemies I kill, my children I love. That is who I am, the queen, the mother of Scandinavia. Yet again, that goes for you too, Ophelia, and your knight. You are my beloved daughter, and you are my precious son. Every life that grows here in Scandinavia is my child. No, your kindness knows no bounds, your majesty. Indeed, that goes for the 3 Valkyries Odin entrusted to me as well. Thrud, come here. Oh my sheesh! Valkyrie, Thrud, reporting for duty. Wonderful to see you in good health, Skahak Skadi, our goddess and protector, and you, Lady Ophelia, her sworn ally. Have I not told you to call me Mother? Really now. As you wish.
Oh, whoops.
She sure does rattle on a lot for a doll.
What is your command? We shall obey any order you give us. For you are our master, Skahak Skadi. After all these years, you still refuse to behave as my daughter. No matter how often I see it, it still manages to impress me. Tell me, my beloved daughter, as leader of my 100-odd envoys, what do you make of the incident in Village 23? I know you are obedient, but despite what the King Knight says...
The Robo, dude. She wanna be called Mommy. When does Astolfo, I think that's his name, get naked in this game? That only happens in Apocrypha. There was a scene in one of the old chapters, though, Cobra, where Astolfo gets dressed up in a maid outfit. So you missed that. That happened earlier. I wish I was that Valkyrie. I mean, she's cute. She's adorable. How can I become adopted by Scotty?
I also know you are no mindless wooden doll. We are meant to execute our master's commands. We cannot make decisions on our own. That's quite all right. Just tell me what you think to keep it pure. Just tell me what you think. Keep it pure analysis if you must. Very well. Of course, if you say these transgressors will be permitted to remain alive, we shall act accordingly. I do think they can be left alone. As for the destroyed envoys, they were mass-produced units with no ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Still, based on what I've seen in our shared records, I don't think the 3 of us will need to respond. Even if circumstances change and we do end up needing to deal with them, I think the Giants, or a mass-produced unit's self-destruct function should be sufficient. What? Those things, the Valkyries can just self-destruct and explode? Oh? I am told the transgressors are a human, and one who is half human, half heroic spirit. There is no need for the 3 of us to confront to such a lowly foe. Damn, they got confidence.
Cheeky little doll, isn't she? Come on, Ophelia, just say the word. I want to break it right here and now.
Don't be ridiculous. Her Majesty is right there. You will not act without my permission. That is fine. I like the way your knight speaks his mind. But stay your sword. You are not to harm my daughter. She is adorable in her own way. I accept her as she is, and I love her. Very well then, Sir Knight. Would you like to try drawing that demonic sword of yours right now? Your Majesty! Give me the command, Your Majesty, and that heroic spirit will be destroyed, demonic sword and all. It may be difficult for Thrud alone, but our chances of success would improve greatly with all 3 of us. That's all right. At ease, my ferocious daughter. Know that even I tend to jest at times. That wasn't funny, Skahak Skadi. Do forgive me. Seeing your adorable, innocent faces, I simply couldn't help myself. Now then, I think I shall return to my throne for a time. I doubt they will make it here by tonight, but by tomorrow evening, I expect we will have guests. No doubt they will encounter more of the giants that roam my world and destroy more imitation Valkyries before then. I do wonder, though, if they will survive long enough for us to meet.
Yo, how'd she summon Darth Vader as a servant? The hero's lair. You can become adopted by simply becoming Dante's because you do not ever separate the... Yeah, true. He just lives in your head. Dante's literally lives in our head rent-free, like, by definition. The Darth Shrimp. Oh shit, it's just straight into a battle, huh? Alright, there goes the last one. Nice job, you two. Gotta say, didn't think we'd be running into more mass-produced Valkyries out here. Then again, both of those things and the giants are loyal to the queen, so it makes sense they fight side by side. It was like something straight out of myth, seeing Valkyries with giants in tow.
It was rather magnificent, seeing them both together like that. At any rate, Master, I can confirm there are no more magical energy signatures nearby. Well done. You too, Mash. Great job out there. Thank you, Napoleon. You were a great help. Thank you.
Gotta say, though, you two handled yourselves pretty nicely. I could tell you've done this before. You've got real guts, little shield lady. You too, Max. How did you summon so many heroic spirits at once? I don't suppose you could get them to stick around.
Fo-fo.
Well, that's a damn shame. Otherwise, I could have put together the greatest grand armée of all time. But there's no sense crying over, milk you can't even spill anyway. Well, we'll just have to build up our strength the old-fashioned way. In other words, the three of us have got to get stronger. Let's see. Here, let me give you some tips for hunting giants. First off, try to go to their sensory organs or legs. That's the best bet unless you've got a real powerhouse of a weapon. If so, you can just go for the vitals and take them out in one shot.
You keep saying sensory organs, but do you mean their heads?
That's right. The head's full of sensory organs. Those masks they wear cover up their eyes and noses, and it doesn't look like their hearing is exceptional. So they might be relying on some sort of sixth sense or an ability that lets them detect heat sources, but I figure the eyes are a safe bet. So make sure you go for their heads, even if you have to hit them through their masks, but they're a big target, so it shouldn't be too tough to damage them. When going for the legs, the knees and the ankles are the best targets. The giant's size and mass can be intimidating, but once you've knocked them to the ground, they're pretty much sitting ducks. In other words, there's nothing too special about it, just follow best practice.
Fo! Fo! Fo!
You really know your way around a giant, huh? Were you always this good at hunting giants, Napoleon? Is it because he was short? Is this a short joke?
Yes, I'm surprised too. I had no idea you were also a great giant killer. I don't know of any tales about you killing giants myself, though. Is it possible for stories to be both secret and passed down to others?
Don't worry, you're not missing any stories. Things just sort of worked out this way. It's totally a short joke, isn't it?
Fo-fo? Worked out?
Pretty much. Gonna be nightfall soon. Perfect. What do you say we make camp for the night right here? Besides, I think it's about time we talk tactics.
My internet just pooped itself way back though. Hell yeah. She got a VR headset. Pagu. She going into VR chat in the middle of a fight? Pretty much. The way, so she used to be way stronger, because she's MASH, she's like the face of Fate Go in this, the fucking multiverse timeline bullshit. I don't even know how to explain it. She's like the face of the game because she's a mix of a human being that through experiments, they tried to put a servant inside of her to like possess her like a ghost. And that spirit was with us through the first initial arc of the game. And then it dipped afterwards after we saved humanity the first time. And since she doesn't have that heroic spirit in her anymore, she's like unstable. And so the equipment that she wears now helps stabilize her and lets her fight still. And the reason she's got a big shield is because the spirit that was inside of her was Galahad, who was one of the Knights of the Round Table under King Arthur. And he used a shield, I guess, in battle, or at least in Fate lore, he used a shield. And so she's the only shielder class in the entire Fate franchise as of right now. And then the equipment she wears, the reason she's got the VR headset is, chat was saying, think of it like an Iron Man mask. Like it lets her, it allows her to have the sensory that she once had when she was a heroic spirit, or when she had the heroic and spirit inside of her. And so when she's out and about saying that she senses like enemies nearby or anything like that, that's thanks to all the equipment she's wearing. So she's basically a walking Iron Man at this. Jarvis, yeah. Yup. Oh, wow. Wait, I have a cave voice. Wait, I can finally use this one. Hello! We're in a cave! There really are camping facilities here. Did you set up all this ahead of time, Napoleon?
You bet. I've got base camps like this set up all around this Lostbelt. Set them up with the gear I pilfered. Borrowed from the village where I drove off that one envoy. Still, the best part of being a rogue servant is you never have to worry about supplies. All you need is a place to rest your body and mind for a while. Of course, I doubt it'll be that easy for you two.
Oh no, we'll be fine, but thank you for your concern. We always carry food, water, and sleeping bags with us. My shield has storage space, you see. There we go. Don't worry, Fo. We have some for you, too. Here, I'll put some water in your dish right now. Fo-fo!
Huh, that's pretty handy, but you can never have too many blankets. Here.
Thanks. Nice and warm. We still have the rations we brought from the border, but for tonight, why don't we have Gerda's bread? It's too bad we had to say our goodbyes so hastily. I wonder how Gerda's doing right now. Me too. I hope we get to see her again at some point. If I was in Fate, I'd be the strongest ever Giga Chat. My fart alone would break the multiverse. There's it's still not uploaded, but I have a Giga Chat emote that I'm uploading for subs. That's I don't know if you know who Gilgamesh is in Fate, Cobra, but Gilgamesh is like the ultimate Giga Chat. The dude is so arrogant and full of himself, but rightfully so, because the dude literally has 1,000,000 ultimate moves of Noble Phantasms that he can use to counter any servant.
And so he literally pulls out what is called the Gate of Babylon, whereas you've heard about him. You've probably seen images before where he's wearing like full golden armor, and he can basically summon weapons from midair by opening like portals, and the portals open to his treasury that has every weapon ever created, and he can just fucking throw the weapons at will, just fucking out of these portals. He's crazy. He's so OP. He's so stupidly OP. Gilgamesh is the ultimate Giga Chat, and so I have an emote coming in. It's already uploaded, but it's getting it has to get approved by Twitch or whatever. But it's basically the Giga Chat emote, but it's Gilgamesh and it's called Gigamesh. So once that's up, that'll be cool. All right, back to cave. I can beat him.
Yes, I hope so too. Foe! Ah, Foe, it's rude to start eating your food before everyone else has been served. Foe!
Hey, that looks good. Let me try a bite. Hey, it's good. In fact, it deserves a medal. You said her name was Gerda? Looks like I thought he was eating Foe's fucking... I thought he was eating kibble or some shit for a sec. He's eating the bread. You said her name was Gerda? Looks like she's earned a medal of her own.
I mean, we were facing threats like Tiamat. We're gonna need some OP. Yeah. I mean, dude, oh my god. This is a bit of my own headcanon because it was never confirmed, so don't like take it with a grain of salt. But my own headcanon for how Gilgamesh got to summon himself, why a lot of people were wondering like why, or I was wondering at least, I was questioning it for so long. How did Gilgamesh get summoned in his prime in that battle against Tiamat? And I guess it could make sense now that we know that rogue servants like Napoleon here exist. He could have just been summoned because of the world and it was his era or whatever. He could have just been summoned. But I like to think, and this is my own headcanon, that because Caster Gilgamesh had clairvoyance and he knew everything that was going to happen, right? He knew that his town was going to be annihilated. He knew that the end of humanity was coming and that he was going to have to do everything in his power to stop it. And that's why he abandoned his arrogance and became a mage and became the caster in order to help his people. My own headcanon for why Archer Gilgamesh got summoned against Tiamat was because he was so fucking Chad that he ended up using his own dead body as a catalyst to summon himself in his prime. Like, how fucking... If he has clairvoyance, it makes sense. That's my own theory for it, and it's my own headcanon, so obviously it's not confirmed or anything, but I like to think that because that'd be so fucking badass. He's got clairvoyance, knows everything that's gonna happen, so he uses his own dead body as a catalyst to summon himself in his prime. That's what I hear from everyone. Is so fucking... He might have been summoned by the counterforce. Yeah, at the time, I didn't know that because I didn't know that was, like, possible because I didn't know rogue servants were a thing. But it does make sense now that we're in the Lostbelt and I see that rogue servants are a thing. It would make sense. But I like to think that he used his own dead body as a catalyst to summon himself in his prime because that's such a Giga Chat thing to do. I mean, we were facing... Yeah. Okay. Back to cave voice.
Phew, that hit the spot. All right, let's talk tactics. Sorry for springing all of this on you.
Not at all. It's good to discuss this as early as possible. Thank you for doing this.
I'm the one who should be thanking you. So, tomorrow we're gonna make our move on the enemy. We'll be sneaking into the castle near Old Also, right? And when we do, we'll almost certainly have a fight waiting for us.
Do you think we can win? Sigurd alone was a really tough enemy.
Good question. So to begin, we need to define our conditions for victory.
Foe?
Well, the question we need to ask is, what must we do to win? And conversely, what would mean that we have completely, absolutely lost? Can we only win by wiping out the enemy? No, we can't possibly kill every giant and envoy in Scandinavia, and we wouldn't want to. So that's not a suitable condition for victory. No, what you two need to do more than anything is get the paper moon back. Well, locating the Tree of Emptiness is up there.
Retrieving the paper moon is our highest, most urgent priority. And we also absolutely require information on the Tree of Emptiness since we can't see it. It may end up after we've made contact with the Wandering Sea, but we will eventually need to destroy it and make this Lostbelt disappear.
Then that's your victory condition. That's what we need to do. Get this paper moon thing back and find out what you can about the Tree of Emptiness. So what is your defeat condition? Easy. You both end up dead. So your only choice is to keep yourself safe and set about meeting your victory condition. If it were just a matter of defeating your enemies, things would be simple. Unfortunately, your condition for victory is pretty far from straightforward. Now, doggy, cheer up. I know it looks bad. The Queen's influence extends to all of Scandinavia, after all. But she has no intention of throwing everything she got after us.
She doesn't?
If she wanted us dead, we would be. The envoys and the giants all act on as she desires, almost like puppets. If she ordered the giants in this area to find and attack us, we'd be fighting them off every minute of the day. But that's obviously not what she's done. They haven't even raised any kind of alarm about us, let alone created a defense line or anything.
So they're not on alert? You mean they're not even trying to defend against us?
That's right. As the Supreme Commander of the Grande Armée, it pains me to say this, but she doesn't even think of us as an enemy. I think at worst she sees us as something more like a pack of wild animals. But that's okay. It's our in. She's leaving herself wide open by not putting up her guard. Oh, and one more thing. Listen close. Once we make our way inside their base, all right, I might be kind of a stretch to call it strategy, but that's the plan.
Understood.
Good answer. Anyway, don't worry. I didn't bring you two all this way without anything to show for it. I've got more than one trump card up my sleeve. As for what they are, well, you'll just have to wait and see. Sorry about that. If it makes you feel better, I'm only half serious.
Nice.
Sorry about that. I don't know if the cave voices fits or at all, or if it's just annoying. Let me know, chat. Like I said before, like I can't hear the voice changers, so I don't know what works and what doesn't. Hey, we finally got the castle unlocked. Servants with ties to lightning and gods to stop Tesla. No, what he saw with his clairvoyance was him standing alone in... Oh, that's right, in London, that's right, they did get summoned. That, I completely forgot about that, Manta, because fucking London was so forgettable, and especially those all the servants that came in at the end made no fucking sense to me. Like, I guess they were tied to lightning and thunder, that makes sense, but I totally forgot about that because of how fucking forgettable the end of London was. I was so pissed when Lancer Artoria Alter showed up at the end, said like one line, and then we fucking punch her in the face and she disappears. What he saw was with his clairvoyance was him standing alone and destroyed Uruk. After that, he didn't know, but honestly, his summoning himself sounds like the most logical considering Gilgamesh nature. That's what I'm saying. That's why I mentioned it's my own headcanon. I know there's no confirmation. I know that's probably not the case, but it's so badass that I can't help but think that was what happened because it's so Gilgamesh, man. Gilgamesh would probably have been the go-to servant to be summoned in Babylonia after all. Once his current self was dead, it was trivial for him to be summoned. That makes sense too, because especially since they explained the whole Merlin situation earlier in that chapter. They mentioned how Merlin, the only reason Merlin was able to be summoned in Babylonia was because he didn't exist at that time, because any time after Camelot, he is constantly existing because he's constantly in Avalon and constantly looking down at humanity, and he is immortal. And so because of the fact that he is immortal, he is constantly alive in any time after Camelot, and so he can never be summoned because he is alive, and you can only summon dead people. And so after Gilgamesh died, it would make sense that the archer Gilgamesh was able to be summoned by the counterforce. That does make sense. I doubt he really needed a catalyst. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just saying it's in my own head canon, you know what I mean? It's just so badass to think that Gilgamesh would have thought that far ahead to be like, I'm gonna use my own dead body as a catalyst. It's like the catalyst is there, looks at his dead body. When the whole singularity is his catalyst, true. Merlin literally ran from his tower, like, on foot. Someone did the math for it, and it makes sense. What? He wasn't, it was still, dude, Merlin's fucking presence in that singularity is so confusing because he was constantly keeping Tiamat asleep or some shit, right? And then he had a projection of himself with us, and then when Tiamat finally woke up, the projection of himself died, and then the real Merlin showed up. I don't know. Dude, that shit's so fucking confusing. What's up, Gandalf? How you doing? All right. Caffeine is done. We're going nowhere but downhill from here. I'm just gonna get tired. Streaming for 3 hours. We're gonna keep going. I'd like to reach at least 6 or 7 hours today and hopefully get through a chunk of this story. Caffeine, PP overheat. I'm fine. Kind of mad that at the same time I can't play the Torna DLC. Game keeps crashing. Oh no, I'm sorry. Projecting himself to us and Gil. That's what I don't understand. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Because I don't... Has anyone else ever projected themselves like that? I don't get it. I do get... He mentioned that. He said it was a projection. I've just never seen anything like that in Fate, I don't think. And so I was kind of confused on, like, how the fuck that works. He's the master of illusions. Yeah, fucking whatever, dude. Dude, that's one of those things where I was like, I'm just not gonna look too into it. It's one of the Nasu verse, like, don't worry about it. Yeah, it's just the illusions. Merlin is a grand caster after all. He breaks rules, I think. Illusions A rank. Independent manifestation is one hell of a passive. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I'm just gonna say, oh, okay, and move on. Sometimes my brain will, like, a lot of Fate fans are like this too, where their brain will be like, or overly hypercritical of like what's going on in the story or how specific or certain things work. And at the end of the day, you just have to accept it's fucking fiction, you know, just go with it. Whatever. Don't worry about it. Grand servants and swimsuit servants break rules. Yeah, swimsuit servants are way too strong. Where's the Giga? Don't worry about it, dude. I fucking love that.
This video.
Where does he say don't worry about it? Where does that happen? God, I love it. A lot of people get mad at Giguk because he like oversimplifies Fate lore for the most part, but I love him, man. He's so fucking funny.
Don't worry about it. Why is the cast of Fate Stay Night sharing a nice wholesome meal instead of trying to brutally murder each other? Don't worry about it. How do reality bubbles work? Don't worry about it. What is the moon? Don't worry about it. No, please don't worry about it. Please don't ask me what the moon is. I'm not gonna fucking talk about the moon! To recap, you have...
Don't ask about the moon. The 2 rules of Fate lore. Don't ask where to start and don't ask about the moon. God, dude. Shit's so funny. You got an angry mango? I'm jealous. Yeah, I've gotten 2. He's NP2. See that? I'm just trying to get his bond up. The moon is wild. He said life finds a way. Have you started Oku yet? No, I can't because I'm trying to get to Oku by next weekend. That's the goal. I'm on Lostbelt. We're like halfway through Lostbelt 2 at the moment. Or almost halfway, maybe. Senpai, look! Those birds are back. Does that mean we're near another one of those patches of land between ice and fire? I don't think we saw any birds around Gerda's village, given
She said animals are pretty rare here. Since they have fish in the village pond, they may be more used to aquatic life.
Huh, you don't say. So you two can see those birds too.
Huh? Is there a reason we wouldn't?
It's a good thing. Those birds are a good sign for us.
What's up, Chuck? How you doing? I love that wave emote. It's cute.
They've guided me the whole time I've been here, even led me to you two.
Huh? Those specific birds, really?
Kidding, obviously. Now come on, it's morning, and we need to pick up the pace of this march. Go ahead and activate those thruster things. We're almost at Her Majesty's castle.
Okay, dude, that was totally foreshadowing for something. The birds led us to him. He's holding on to some information. It was indeed a castle, a lonely, solitary castle. At a glance, you could tell it was meant to be a home for someone important, a castle of snow and ice, clearly made for royalty. It had nothing in the way of defenses as a fortress might. The first and most important consideration in its design had plainly been beauty. If we were still in proper human history, this castle would have been considered an architectural masterpiece.
Well, here in this Lostbelt, it's the largest building around. Not that that's exactly a high bar to clear. A castle of ice and snow, a kind of temple where a real-life god resides. The one and only castle in this whole Lostbelt standing tall in the northern part of the Oslo Fjord. In the Scandinavian peninsula. Oslo, in proper human history.
Could you imagine, dude, if... God. I know I'm sorry I keep fucking comparing FGO to, like, Genshin, but could you imagine if FGO had, like, an open world... Or FGO was an open world, like, Genshin Impact, and you, like, could actually, like, seeing the 3D model of this, the way Genshin has the 3D model, like, cities, would be so fucking crazy. Beautiful architecture. Who knows? I wonder if the entire Lostbelt is a Song of Ice and Fire reference. Maybe. That's what I immediately thought too. Not gonna lie, I really dislike Oku. Damn. Because 32 gigs of RAM phone can totally handle it. Oku is a trudge, yeah. Try not to... I don't mind if you guys talk about Oku, but try to not talk about the story, because I don't know what the story of Oku is about, except for, obviously, it involves Kama somehow, but I don't know anything about the story of Oku, so try to keep spoilers to a minimal if you can.
Scandinavian Peninsula, Oslo in proper human history.
Hey, what's up, Gold? How you doing? I think it's just tedious. I skip all story. Damn! It's one of the only canon events that you just like, damn, where's that dude you showed me? I think his name was Mura something. Oh, Muramasa? Oh, Cobra. He disappeared after, you know, the scene that I showed you, Cobra, where the man literally fucking slices through reality itself. As soon as he fucking did that, the sword completely broke, and he was like, that's all I was here for. My deed is done, and fucking dips. We haven't seen him since then. He disappeared after that. The sword fucking, he literally slices reality with his sword, was like, my job is done, and fucking dipped. Apparently he does come in the story later down the line. I don't know when or the context around it, but I do know that he does come in later down the line. He will reappear. It's very bad in Oku due to the quest count. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Muramasa made an appearance. We were talking about fuck, what's it called? Oh my god. Shimosa. Jesus, I couldn't think of the name. We were talking about Shimosa. Yeah. Gramps Muramasa comes back. Yeah. What a giga chat. I don't know when he comes back, but I do know he comes back later down the line at some point. I'm excited to see him again. Glad you enjoyed Shimosa. Oh my god, Shimosa was fucking fantastic. And I agree with everyone else that, like, I think on the list of, like, which Fate Go chapters should get an anime adaptation next, in the magazine, they actually did a poll with, like, 2,000 different Japanese Fate Go players, and I think the #1 pick was Lostbelt 6, just because it was written by Nasu, and Nasu's the GOAT.
And then Shimosa was actually number 2, and I was like, yes! I was like, I love how none of the other Lostbelts actually got up there with Lostbelt 6 and Shimosa. Those were the top 2. I think that's hilarious that Shimosa was actually in front of all the other Lostbelts except for 6, because Shimosa's story is like perfect for an anime. I mean, you've got the 7 sword masters that she's got to go against and has to take out every single one, and then gets to the very end and goes against the fucking literally Satan priest, and fucking Muramasa pulls out with that bullshit and slices reality. That shit. And then the final fight with Kyojuro and yeah, this shit was just so badass. Personally, I prefer Shinjuku. Shinjuku was also really good. I would love to see any of the pseudo-singularities adapted, except for, I mean, Agartha for reasons. So not yet in NA, I need to look up Shimosa. Shimosa was a pseudo-singularity. Yeah, I have not, we're only on Lostbelt 2, and I'm still catching up on the story. I don't know when Muramasa reappears in the Lostbelt. I just know he does at some point because he's going up on Raid Up this New Year's. Going back to sleep, just wanted to say hi, babe, people shy. All right, Gold, peace out. Love you, man. Personally, I prefer Shinjuku. Agartha probably would have some relevance in Lostbelt 7. Huh. Okay, try not to spoil anything, though. Shinjuku was third in the voting, so J people agreed with you. Yeah. Dude, I want Shinjuku just to get more, dude, Saber, Alter, and Jalter in their Shinjuku outfits animated would be, them alone is reason to animate it, dude. One thing I would like to see animated for Agartha is Megalos. That would be badass. You are right. I'd love to watch Lostbelt 5, but Shimosa would be easier to pick up story-wise. Yeah, because it's kind of its own condensed story. I mean, I would be okay with... I'm just saying, Agartha had its moments, man. But overall, the overarching story of Agartha was pretty bad. Alright, let's move on. I'll say this. It sure looks like a place where the ruler of this icy land would live. Fo. How do we get in? Through the back. Oh? Whoa. This is like a Skyrim dungeon. You've probably figured it out by now, but this isn't my first time here. I tried breaking in once before. As you can imagine, it didn't go particularly well. But it wasn't all for nothing, right? I may have left with much in the way of spoils, but I got info. You mean you went in alone? A man famous for leading an army went in alone? Damn straight! I know what heroic spirits are supposed to be like in my head, but it's hard to put it into practice. It's not like I was overly confident in my power or anything. I was just mostly curious to see how far I could go. Plus, I had a few reasons for doing it. I might not have taken any of them down, but I did learn a few things. One of them was this underground passage leading to the castle's main building. If you just walk across the bridge up top, you'll get swarmed by a mountain of envoys. Guess it's just their nature. Fo. Down below is much easier. Not nearly as heavy security down here. Yeah, I figured this would be the case since she didn't increase security after I broke in, so must mean she doesn't see me as an enemy. But she definitely knows we're here. That's just who she is. She's the real deal. There's no telling how strong she might be. Be ready to face her when we get up to the castle, because I promise you, she'll be waiting. Right. Got it. A Lostbelt Skahak, huh? Right. Here she's the king of this Lostbelt, and of course, she has no way of knowing who we are. Foe? Senpai, Napoleon, there are magical energy signals up ahead. Is that... Nah, those are just ice beats that decided to make this place their home. Let's take them out and be on our way. Artillerymen, forward! Yeah, I agree. The fighting a giant mammoth with the Golem Power Ranger style. Yeah, that shit was crazy. It would be cool. It would be cool for story's sake, so anyone could just pick it up and understand shit. It would be cool if all the Lostbelts got animated, but I know there's probably no way they're gonna do that. It would be cool though. But a majority of the Fate, at least the Fate Go animation specifically, for sure, were mainly just like for fan service for the most part, like the people who have read the source material and just give them something to watch. It would be cool to see all of it animated, though. Wish you had Circus Sashi and Cast Story for Lostbelt 2. Yeah, I have definitely been cruising through the story with this setup. Is spoilers allowed for chapters you've already read? Yes, we are assuming anybody in chat, if you're here, we are assuming you don't mind being spoiled for anything I've already played. And so anything past where I am right now, we don't want to talk about. Don't spoil, obviously, because I'm experiencing it for myself. But anything from chapters before Lostbelt 2, we can absolutely talk about in chat. That's fine. Laughs in Nier Automata anime. Who is your favorite character in Fate so far, Max? That's hard. That's hard for me. I was just saying earlier, like, there are just different characters I like for either their personality or their design. For overall, like, character design, Salter and Jalter are my absolute favorites, just because I'm a simp for hot, edgy girls. It's just me. And then, personality-wise, I was just saying, I think it's probably Musashi, man. I love her. She's just such a badass, and at the same time, she's an airhead, and she's just so adorable and hilarious. I love her personality. You can't double Castori and Musashi all the way, especially Lostbelt 6 as a boss battle. Gotcha. Yeah, I've already run into a few times where, like, there's a few nodes that this setup doesn't work. I have a boss killing setup that I usually use for bosses, which is I have an NP5 Jalter, and then just double Merlin is what I use. And then I usually have on my back line, I've got a Hercules with the Max Bond CE on that double Merlin Jalter setup. That if my front line dies, Hercules just takes the spot, and Hercules can usually finish off the boss fight. That's usually what I run. Chat was telling me that there's even some fights where that strong setup won't work for boss fights, though, and I was like, wow, okay, guess shit gets really hard. Can't wait for the next Lostbelt to add Morgan. Yeah, next summer is going to be full of servants. That's something else, chat, just so everyone knows that we also talk about in my stream, in my chat, while we don't want any story spoilers for anything beyond where I'm at in the game right now, but feel free to talk about servants. Just know, please do not say anything about their context as the servant in the story, but we can definitely talk about future servants, because I already know, like, it's pretty hard if you're active with the Fate community on the internet. It's pretty hard to not see what servants are coming in the future because they're just talked about everywhere. And so we can talk about future servants and their skills and how good they are, but do not mention their role in the story at all, because we want to avoid story spoilers at any cost. Tricon, appreciate the follow. Her sprites are so badass. Yeah, Millicene looks fucking crazy, that's for sure. Phew, I swear, what the hell do those things eat to get so damn big? Anyway, we weren't too loud, right? I was careful with my cannon. No, don't say it. I should have known from the moment I materialized with this giant cannon that I wasn't really going to be great at covert ops. Doesn't look like the castle garrison's about to storm us, but it's probably too much to hope they didn't notice. Well, maybe as we keep going, there is a staircase leading up not far ahead, and once we get there...
The Queen will be waiting for us?
Sure will. Maybe that Sigurd guy too. We're not here for a rematch, but you might not have a choice. All right, let's get a move on, Private. Mystery. Okay, I'm gonna assume this is a boss fight. Hey, there's Ispinir. Ispinir's my go-to for his Merlin, man. So this is what I was just talking about. This is my boss fight setup right here, the Buster DPS.
It's beautiful. I mean, we've made our way into the castle. This seems to be the throne room. Scanning for magical energy now. I'm getting powerful magical energy signature from the entire palace. It's as though the castle itself is emanating magical energy. Yes, I suppose it would be. I made this castle of ice and snow out of my own magical energy. You may as well be standing within me. You can't even sense the servant standing nearby, can you? That is because these walls are hardened snow, the very same snow that falls across all of my Scandinavia. Fo-fo! Caillou! That voice...
Well, that didn't take long. Haha, old Queenie here sure likes to make an entrance, doesn't she?
A god is eternal. A god is absolute. In ancient times, humans saw gods in everything, but in my world, my Lostbelt, there is only one. If a god is everywhere, in all things, then so am I. If a god is incredible power, then so am I. I am told the gods are gone in proper human history. I am told they are reduced to divine spirits and that humans never see them. It must be painful, living in such a world. To think that humans have no choice but to bury the objects of their worship deep in their hearts, that they must rely on idols instead of true deities. But in this world, I exist. Oh god, she's hot! You may bow your heads and kneel before me, my children. I am Skahak Skadi, and I shall love you as my own.
It's really her, Skahak. What's the strongest unit in the game? Yeah, it depends, Cobra, because it's... The game, Cobra, works like it's a rock, paper, like Pokemon. It's like a rock, paper, scissors, like sort of Pokemon where there's different units are more effective against different units. And so, like, you'd have a fire type Pokemon would be more effective against a grass type, and then the grass type's more effective against the water against fire. It's like that triangle system with different servant classes. And so there really is no best unit. That would be like asking what's the best Pokemon. It really depends on what situation you're in. Lore-wise, the recent servant on JP, yeah, fucking Arc, probably. Don't go into her lore, because I don't know anything about her lore, but the name itself is pretty fucking crazy. There's also gimmicks, yeah, there's also certain, yeah, it's so much to go into. Basically, it depends on the situation. Morgan is best, because she's Dommy Mommy, dude. Alright,
She really does look exactly like Skahak. Fo-fo! Is that the only part of my name that draws your attention? Ah, yes, I remember now. The Crypter told me you are acquainted with the heroic spirit from proper human history. Skahak, the Celtic warrior, was it? Regrettably, I know almost nothing about her. But I do know all about you. I'm told you fought bravely within that lump of metal you call the Shadow Border. You also rescued one of my precious human children. It seems you caused an unfortunate incident in Village 23 arising from a misunderstanding, but I forgive you. I forgive all of it. I shall love you as my own children. You did well to survive the demonic sword's assault. That is how it should be. I do not wish for any living thing to suffer such pain more than once. I can't believe it. Maybe we really can reason with her. I think so, Senpai. I can even sense a genuine, affection in her words. But at the same time, her magical energy is such that I can't even begin to process it. It's filling the entire castle. What's more, it's so concentrated that I almost feel like I'm going to pass out. It's enough to kill any normal creature instantly. It even reminds me of the 7th singularity and the massive magical energy in the atmosphere there. Fo!
That's real generous of you, Your Majesty. Does that mean you're putting us under your protection?
Ah, it's you, that archer whose name escapes me. You are alive because I wish it to be so. How about that? Is that enough to know that I love you?
Damn, my name's that hard for you to remember, huh? I'm Napoleon Bonaparte. I used to be an emperor. Now I'm a hero of humanity. That's the second time I've told you that.
Forgive me, Archer. I have no interest in the names or deeds of those from proper human history. Naturally, I permit you all to exist here in Scandinavia. I am a god here, and there are only 2 possibilities I have for you. A simple question: do I kill you or love you? I have decided to grace the 3 of you with my love. I will therefore not kill you. That said, I will not be telling you where the Tree of Emptiness lies. I suggest you do not pursue it further. You mean to cut it down, do you not? That would be a sin even I could not forgive. As for the paper moon, you are free to do with it as you will. Of course, I imagine its current owners may have something to say about that.
So what? You want us to put on a little show for you and fight them for it?
That is not the worst idea, but no. I had something else in mind. Thrud? You called for me, my goddess? Capture them.
Oh?
They have not yet broken the seam, but as I expected, they have begun to form a group. As such, they shall enjoy my love here, where I can watch them closely. Understood. Command received. Skahak Skadi, what should I do if the target resists? Do not kill them. They too are my precious children. As you wish. Then I will attempt to neutralize them without killing them. Once I activate my White Swan Mystic Code, I will engage my Light Spear combat function. It's difficult to accurately gauge her magical energy inside this castle, but she is much more powerful than the she's a Valkyrie!
Haha, obviously. She's one of the originals they used as the base model. She and her 2 sisters lead that entire army. You should be thanking your lucky stars we get to see her for ourselves. That's Thrud. She's a daughter of Odin himself. She's a demigod who's been around since the Age of Gods.
A demigod?
Fool! Don't be afraid. Don't retreat now. Her Majesty herself is watching, so let's show her what we can do.
Skahak Skadi, permission to release a moose spell to limit unforeseen possibilities in combat. Fighting alongside one would greatly reduce the difficulty of restraining the targets without killing them. Granted. Use him well, Thrud. A hole just opened in the floor, and something's climbing out. Is that a giant? It has the same kind of mask as the other giants we've seen. It's also chained down by... Scratch that! The chains just went flying and the giant is coming right at us!
We didn't even see any giants underground on the way here. Guess this place is still full of surprises.
Quasi-link to moose spell established. Commencing target neutralization. Engaging combat mode. It is time you learn the power of the goddess's servants, people of proper human history. Dance, my human children. Dance! Show me how fiercely your passion burns.
Damn. That look she gave, please, mommy. Celtic, not Celtic? Gotcha.
Damn.
さてギャンブルだ。得意だけどまずは様子見といこう。さてカウンティングオーバー。さあどうだ。リラックスリラックス。 最高のカードを君最高のカードを君さあどうだ
Actually, maybe we should attack him first. Scotty and her anti-gravity chest. Nice. Come on, crit! Motherfucker. Think you got him there? Holy buffs, yeah. Nice crits. I know, dude. What the fuck is happening? Must be like me and can't wait till the Jalter Shinjuku outfit. Yep. I was so excited when they announced that it was coming back. Nice. This Lostbelt makes me sad. I failed Napoleon's banner. No. Are you going blind into fights? Yeah. I am indeed. All right, end of this one. Saber, I'm assuming this is probably Sigurd. Okay, let me pull out Ispinir again. Sheesh. The giant presumed to be a Muspel has been defeated. I believe it's most likely the strongest type of giant we've seen so far. Muspels are flame giants. In Norse mythology. Oh my god, I can't fucking say my words. In Norse mythology, they were said to live in the fire realm of Muspelheim. Basically means they're mythology's ultimate badasses. You better believe they're tough if not even the gods want them running around unsupervised. But this was still no match for the Grand Armée. Hurrah! Defending against the archer's ranged attack, it is powerful, but insufficient to destroy my shield. So this is what it's like going up against a real Valkyrie. Fun stuff. Puissance aside, your gear is something else. Was that stuff made in the Age of Gods? Don't tell me Odin himself forged it. You are strong, brave warriors from a far-off land. You have forced me to reconsider several of my underlying presumptions. And you, archer, would seem to possess an exceptionally keen eye. My divine iron shield was indeed forged before Ragnarok and bestowed upon me by Odin. It will not break no matter what manner of strange firearm you wield against it. Ha ha ha! Of all the times to be right! Oh, as my weapon here this is called a cannon. Oh, as for my weapon here, this is called a cannon. Don't forget it. Understood. Designation, cannon. I'll remember that. It's simpler than I expected. Hey, you actually listened to me. I like that. Ha ha ha! And you're just as beautiful as the queen, though in a distinctly different way. But sadly, here in Scandinavia, I'm already promised another. What? He's already got a waifu. Thanks for the defense. Great teamwork. You've got a knack for this. Thank you, but I'm afraid that fighting a true Valkyrie is much more difficult than the envoys.
Adjusting Ortnax's output. Auto maintenance functionality activated. This Lostbelt is full of beautiful, powerful life forms, and I still can't determine how strong the Queen is, but even putting her aside, I never thought there would be so many other enemies on par with Sigurd here. My. You shouldn't speak that name lightly, young shield maiden. Words have weight after all. Now the one who filled you with such dread approaches. If only you had not spoken his name, he might have remained out of sight.
Monka.
Unbelievable. This place should make it impossible to detect a servant's distinct presence, yet I can feel his intense burning cold as clear as day. Sigurd, the Dragon Slayer. Foe! Over here, foe. It's not safe to be near Mash right now. Foe!
Haha, now I see. Boy, do I ever see. Oh la la, this is a tough one. He's just as the shield Mademoiselle described. I'm getting goosebumps. But I'm afraid that's where it stops. That isn't enough to make me swap my cannon for a white flag. I've still got ammo, and plenty of gunpowder. If anything, now I'm just more curious than ever. Just how many shots does it take to break the center of a great hero's spirit origin?
Why are you here, child of Barnstalker? I can't say that. Do you mean to interfere with my task?
Don't worry, I hear I'm supposed to be a knight now, so I'm just here in case Her Majesty needs me, like my princess told me to be. The Chaldeans? Well, here they are, just like Her Majesty said. What do you want to do about them, Ophelia? If you want them dead, I can kill them right now.
Be quiet, Saber. Ophelia. Your Majesty, would you be so kind as to have Thrud stand down? I wish to speak with that young woman. Granted. Do you hear that, Thrud? Stand down. As you wish. Mash Kirillite. It's been a while since we last spoke, yes? 2 years, if I'm not mistaken? That's right. It's been a long time, Ophelia. I've been wanting to talk to you again, too. I've wanted to tell you everything about what happened in Chaldea, about our journey to restore humanity. I wanted to tell you about who I was then and who I am now, and to ask about the name Crypter. Looking back, I never really wanted to talk with anyone else. I only offered my opinion on what was happening in a given moment. I couldn't really express how I felt about things back then. But that's not true anymore. I've been into so many places now, and I learned so much from so many people. I've learned so much about life, about good and evil, and how people retain their humanity even in difficult times. But at Chaldea, even though we were all on the same team, I never tried to get to know the other members of Team A. And that's why I want to get to know you all now. That first year as members of Team A, I want to find out what meaning there was to me what meaning there was to the time I spent with all of you. I see. I'm glad to hear that. You really are earnest, aren't you? But I'm afraid we won't be able to do that, Mash. This is where your journey ends. Ophelia. You've seen so many things that I don't know about, and been to so many worlds I'll never visit. I would love to hear about all of it. I really wish we could sit down and have a long talk. I've felt that way ever since we first met. I mean that. And with how much you've grown since then, I think we might be able to have an even better discussion now. But that doesn't matter. I'm not going to change. I can't. I'm a Crypter now, with all the responsibility that entails. I can't let you all go. I won't. Even if it means resetting the entire planet? What if it did? That's who the Crypters are. That's who I am, under Lord Krishtaria Wodheim's guidance. It's strange, isn't it, Mash? You were originally supposed to come with us. Now you've become a demi-servant, and our enemy. I'm not sure if this is irony or fate.
She said the name of the series!
I don't think myself as your enemy. I would like to resolve our differences peacefully if we can. Is that not the case for you, Ophelia? Me? Well, I suppose I...
Whoa there, slow down. Let's not try to skip to the end here. Go easy on the poor girl, Mademoiselle Mash.
Napoleon, do you and Ophelia already know each other?
Well, this is the second time we've met. We first met when I broke into the castle. In fact, let me be frank. Mademoiselle Ophelia Framasoloni isn't just beautiful, she's also my fiancé!
Fiance? I'll just pick my jaw up off the floor. I'm trying and failing to imagine Ophelia and Napoleon, the heroic spirit, married. Besides, aren't you already married, Napoleon? Oh wait, if I recall correctly, you divorced your wife, but then went on to marry an archduchess. But then, I do suppose there are heroic spirits who make clean break from their past when they materialize. So never mind that. I still can't believe Ophelia is your fiance. I'm not. Huh? You're not? Of course not. I'm one of the 7 chosen Crypters. Such trivialities are rather unimportant now. Besides, Mash, you said it yourself. The world we grew up in is completely wiped clean, right? Engagement? Ridiculous. Marriage? Family? Every institution of society human cultivated is gone. All that remains now is the new worlds, each Lostbelt with new societies and new norms to guide humanity. Take a look at this Scandinavia. The very idea of marriage doesn't even exist.
I propose to you! You never said no!
Then are you engaged?
Damn straight, but would you mind letting me finish, Mash? Listen, Ophelia, not saying no outright to a proposal is like saying yes. Don't go all Talliard on me now. I want you to be my beloved Josephine. No, wait, scratch that. That's an awful thing to say. I want you to take your place besides Josephine in my heart. There we go.
Fo! You really didn't turn him down? But because the very idea was preposterous. It was so stupid it didn't even merit a response. Regardless of your absurd claims, my silence in no way indicates an affirmative answer.
That's all okay with me. I fell in love with you. Yeah, that's right. I'm in love with you. How's that? Are you convinced now? Ma chérie Ophelia Fasavaloni.
You're serious, aren't you? Oh wow, I don't think you're joking.
You bet I'm serious. Never been more serious about anything. What's so strange about that? She's one of my main motivations. If a woman I'm in love with is here, I can't just sit back and do nothing, now can I?
Foo! Kayu! Your words ring out just as hollow now as they did back then. I can't stand to listen any longer. Why would you even think to propose to someone you'd only just...
Haven't you ever heard of love at first sight?
I have neither time nor patience for jokes. Any heroic spirit fighting for humanity is our enemy. Your Majesty, will you grant me permission to stain this castle's walls with his filthy blood? No. What are you saying, Ophelia? This man seems as if he would make a perfect partner for you. Regardless, ending the life of one I have elected to love is a grave crime. You may be my daughter in charge of growing the Tree of Emptiness, but that is a request I cannot grant. You will capture him without killing him, Ophelia. As you wish, my queen. You heard her, Saber. Neutralize them. No killing. And make extra sure you don't kill Mash Kirillite, even by accident.
Got it. Precision work isn't exactly my specialty, but if that's your order for me, fine. So I just have to not kill the shield girl, right?
I meant what I said, Saber. Oh my, Ophelia, you can be quite the stubborn girl, can't you?
This won't take long.
It should be impossible to sense magical energy here, and yet it's still unbelievably powerful. And then there's that odd air about him. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. This isn't like bloodlust, it's more like... Ortnak's output is stable. This battle won't turn out like the last one. I'm ready to go, Senpai.
Well, damn. Guess I'm not the only one who stirred this pot. Sorry about that. Or do you say I am? I'm the one who stirred this pot. Sorry about that, but don't worry. If we're gonna do this, I'll make damn sure to make I'll make damn sure you two make it out alive. Time to undo some of the damage I just did with my to my reputation here. Go ahead and get all your hopes up. I won't let down, no matter how big they are. Easily top 5 best harem. That shit's so silly. What the fuck? It's so cool. He mentioned earlier that his heart always... Oh, shit. I love the master battles when their master shows up on the side there. Fuck, what's that do? Increases debuff resist, okay. Of course he gets the fucking guts. God damn, he's crazy. God damn, that damage resist. Leave her alone. It's one of these. Just in case he focuses her. Hey, what's up, Paul? How you doing? Nodders. Well, I am beyond shocked that Jalter Double Merlin still works. Yeah. I mean, it's just red card, go boom. Some dude on Reddit made an edit of Sprite 2 and 3 with the mask. That's badass. Yeah, wait till I get a Koi and Skya, man. Alright, now he's got his Noble Phantasm. Pull that up. It's one of these. Bam, bam. Get some MP going. Arts is just better at farming? Yeah, that's literally what it is. And then I would even argue that, though it seems like, obviously I haven't used it yet, so I don't know, I don't have hands-on experience, but I would even go as far as to say that the Buster farming is actually better, but you have to have, it requires more of a setup. Like Buster farming with Koi and Skya seems like it's better farming, but you have to have more, like you have to have a better account overall and more invested into it. So it's not as easy to do. Like it seems like Buster farming is basically whale farming for the most part. It has less slots, really? I thought you could have all 6 open. It depends on your unit, I would assume, right? You can't 6 slot? You need Oberon to make sure it always works. Buster farming is more expensive, but it's more versatile than Arts. Do you need a I thought you definitely could 6 slot, but you would need you just need to have you need a servant with a Buster servant with a battery. They obviously need to hit fucking hard. 6 slot is possible. You want Habertrot though? I don't know. It depends on the situation, of course, I would assume, but I definitely have heard that depending on what unit you have for the buster farming, that 6 slot is definitely possible. It just depends on the unit you have, because they need to have at least a 30% battery, and then the 20%, they have to start with 50% is what I've been told, right? Buster farming is better for non-standard waves, but arts farming is better for general farming overall. That makes sense too. 3-wave with Morgan. Yeah, I mean, anyone who plays on JP definitely knows more than me. So I'll definitely listen to the JP players. Basically, when I was looking into it and doing my own research, though, it looked like buster farming with Koi and Skya was better than arts in certain situations, but it requires more of an investment, right? So I know a lot of people have called it like buster farming is essentially whale farming for whales, because you have to invest so much into it. Yeah, the arc double coin Skya looks insane, that's for sure. She has 100% battery, like that's just fucking crazy.
Relax, relax.
Fuck, man. I had the red cards and everything this round. I only need to worry about getting coins, guys, since buster farming with Caster Coup is great. Check that type of videos out on YouTube. I've heard about... I need to level up my Caster Coup, because I'm pretty sure I have an NP5 Caster Coup. He's just not leveled. Put heavy investment into it. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was saying, though, right? That buster farming in general is just... you have to, it's the only way it can be better than arts is if you heavily invest into it, you know what I mean? That's exactly what I was saying. Alright, go Unga Bunga. More towards HP and low attack. Yeah, I've heard people say that you have to grail her. You have to grail arc for her to be consistent with the higher end nodes. Oh dang, we have to use him. Okay. Or he just has to be slotted in. Position restricted. What? We can't use mash? Okay. Oh, she has to be what? Okay, dude. Fuck, what was I using? It's the star gen, right? Quinska and Morga. I've seen it. Or not your specific video, but I've seen the farming for sure. It looks fucking crazy. You'll get plenty of class advantage, mismatch and mash. What's up, Luis? I'm doing good. How about you? Is this the first time? Wait, what? Yeah, this is my first time doing the story, so we're trying to avoid spoilers if that's what you mean. Yeah, you can always plug out, but I want my Buster. I love this fucking Mystic code that I have for Jalter. Okay.
Well, well. You are moving better than the last time.
We're really straining the Ortnax, but its output hasn't fallen. I can still fight, Senpai. I think Napoleon is somehow providing some sort of spell boost.
Don't tell me you forgot. I'm the only hero of humanity in this whole Lostbelt. I believe I'm basically calibrated for fighting here, and that's not even the only trick I have up my sleeve. How about you, great hero?
Now I see. Joint resistance from proper human history, huh? Clever. Good. This would just be boring if you couldn't fight back at least a little.
Huh? Am I imagining things, or is Sigurd smiling?
Ophelia, release one of my limiters.
Very well, I'll give you that. Force Spirit Origin Ascension Limiter release. Destroy all who would stand in our way, my knight.
Monka.
A Spirit Origin Ascension? Oh!
Phase 2 limiter released. Authorization granted to Heroic Spirit Sigurd for full employment of Demonic Sword Graham. Now then, how should I kill you? Which one should I kill first? What am I saying? I'm gonna start with you, lover boy. Maybe that'll shut you up.
Oh, more armor and blades, huh? I see, so you're starting to take us seriously, huh?
I can tell his magical energy is spiking even higher. I haven't even touched him, and I can still feel the Ortnax groaning under the strain. But I can still keep going, Senpai. The Ortnax's auto-maintenance is keeping its output high and stable. I see. You really have grown, haven't you? You never showed such fierce determination before, Mash. It's dazzling to behold, and beautiful. Ophelia, I don't know what the Crypter's reasons are for doing this, but even if I did, I can't walk away, no matter how strong the Lostbelt servant you control may be. We know someone who may not have been so strong himself, but even if he were here now, he would still yell at us not to lose just because our opponent was stronger. I see. You've grown so much stronger since the last time I saw you, Mash. Shockingly so, in fact. I'm sorry about this.
Uh-oh. Huh? Hey, Ophelia, what's up with your eye? Why does it look like that?
It's a mystic eye, but I don't know what it can do. Senpai, Napoleon, be ready! She's about to use some sort of powerful spell. Phenomena Schilifon of. That armor of yours is impressive. Ich will is Namalas Glasen Shehen. The load of the Ortnax just increased exponentially. Output is dropping rapidly across the board, even though the auto-maintenance is working fine. What's going on? Does this mean you were able to rewind phenomena over a limited area? My mystic eyes rank as Jewel. That's the highest. I learned that from El Malloy case files. My mystic eyes rank as Jewel. Once I have decided I don't want to see someone shine, it will never shine in front of me. I never showed this to you before, did I? Well, now you know. This is what I do. This is what I can do if I feel like it. I'm sorry, Mash, but you're going to have to sit this one out. So once you define a target, you can manipulate its passage through time, but that's the domain of true magic. Even with a mystic eye, that could never just be an extension of any regular magecraft. There must be more to it, something I'm not seeing.
Worry about that later. Here he comes.
Done talking. I want to get back to it. Let me show you what Graham can do when its limits have been released. It's still a ways off from its true power, but you'll just have to deal with that. There's no way Ophelia is going to let me use my third phase. Now time for you to die.
Ha ha ha! What do you know? This great hero guy hits even harder than the giants! Looks like I can't let my guard down, even for a moment. Mademoiselle Mash, if your armor's not working right, just hang in there and focus on defense. No, I can still fight. I'm not gonna turn around and run. Not for a third time against the same opponent. I can't turn my back now. Senpai! Don't you dare overdo it. Okay, but don't push yourself too far. I won't. I'll make sure to keep just shy of reckless. Oh, Rainbow was the highest, that's true. She's just limited. Fuck. We can't just use NP right off the bat. Owie. Okay, nice. MHX let the truth Sith Lord handle this. I should have brought her out. I've got a NP3 MHX, I think. Her skills aren't fully leveled though, I don't think. Otto. What? She binds his shackles? Fuck, I hope he doesn't get a charge gain next turn. Chat, does he have a single target NP? Does Sigurd have a single target NP? I can't remember if it's AoE or single target. The shape of the pad behind your head looks like cat ears. You have no idea how many times I've heard that. So many people tell me. It is single target? Okay, thank you, chat. I appreciate y'all. So I can use that. Might as well use this too.
Okay.
One crit. Nice. Okay, cool. He didn't get it up, but I was worried if he might get the NP thing. So now we'll use this. Might as well use that. Right here. See, look at how it looks all glitchy and shit. That's cool. I was talking about that last stream. He went for mesh anyway. Alright, might as well use this. Or go bam, bam, bam. Toto. We definitely go in Buster Chain. None of those are active. Don't kill Mash under any circumstances, Sigurd. Okay, use my NP on Mash. Got it. Right. Damn, no crits. Was Affiliate image like this before? Did it get changed? It changed the eye patch? So much defense. Damn. So we're just doing this again. Uh-oh. Mash! Yeah, she did. Oh, big boy. What? Fuck, dude. I guess we can give the guts to you. And then invincibility with this. With that debuff, she really rejected him, huh? Oh, with that dragon damage hits. She doesn't have the dragon trait because of it's stupid. She should, but she doesn't. Her second skill buffs dragon enemies, doesn't it? And it doesn't buff herself. Yeah, she doesn't have the dragon trait. She should. I agree she should, but she doesn't. Really? Yeah. Salter does. She should, I agree. It would make sense, but she doesn't for whatever reason. That's so dumb. It is dumb because, look, her second skill increases all allies' attack for 3 turns and increases the attack for all dragon trait allies. And she doesn't have it, so she doesn't get that benefit. But if you, like, Salter, for example, Saber Alter, does have the dragon trait, and so you could pair her with, sometimes for fun, I'll pair her with Saber Alter, Jalter, and Salter, and she gets the benefit, so you could give that attack up for Salter, but she doesn't get it herself, which is dumb. All right, Napoleon, finish him off. We can give him this too.
勝利は前進するってな。はい。人よ願え。お前 たちに不可能はない。
Oh shit.
なぜならば俺がいる。バルクリートリ
Damn, is Cobra still here? You see that
お
shit?
さらばです。
Let's go, baby. Easy clap. Fucking Melt Lancer with the penguin cosplay is a dragon and Jalter is not. Yeah, right. Oh la la, Lostbelt servant. So this is the power of your demonic sword, huh? It's strong, really strong. Makes me wish I had a whole bunch of them for my grand armée. But I guess that'll have to wait for another time. Hey, Ophelia, I'm happy you're looking my way, but can't you look a little happier too? Not that angry is a bad look for you, but lighten up a little. I did come to profess my love.
Don't let him get to you, Ophelia. A heroic spirit and a hybrid, huh? You're more of a challenge than I thought. Something's helping you out. Maybe it's because you materialized with power of your own spirit origin could never hope to possess. But it's still not enough. The best you can hope for is Ophelia's mystic eye to stop you in your tracks. You're going to need to be one hell of a lot stronger if you plan on killing me. If you're going to prattle on about love, you better make sure you're good enough to back it up.
Well now, that's food for thought, isn't it? Who's clapping?
That was a most impressive dance, everyone. But I am afraid it is curtains now. Ophelia, that is quite enough. Poor Mash is about to collapse. Can you not see how she is gasping for breath? I cannot abide seeing my beloved children fight to the death. I'm fine. I can still... This is nothing. We've always... As you wish, Your Majesty. Saber.
I'm warning you both. Next time, I won't hold back.
Well, this may not be entirely necessary, but I shall finish this myself. Oh, do not worry. I won't kill you, and you will feel no pain. I'm afraid you will have to stay in the dungeon, but be warned, resisting this time will not yield such a pleasant dance as just unfolded here. Let me show you what I mean. My body! I can't move.
What's up, Cray? How you doing?
Craze. Bow down. Rejoice that such divine power courses through your body. Bow down. This is the light of the rune inherited from the All-Father himself. I will not hurt you, nor will I rob you of your magical energy. I have simply rendered your body inert. Now stay, savor the depths of my godly power and love. Senpai?
Now I see. This is something. Wow, gods really are something else. I seriously can't even lift a finger.
People of proper human history, my new children. I am a bit disappointed to see this is apparently the best you can do, that this is all the combined power of humanity and heroic spirits can offer. I was expecting something more after I was told you destroyed the king who ruled over the Russian Lostbelt, but it seems you are not quite up to the task of killing a god. Know your place, and accept sweet repose in your mother's lap. Mommy.
A warrior's voice.
Couldn't agree more, Queenie. Gods are eternal. Gods are absolute. Humans could never kill one. That's still true for those of us who have become divine spirits, too. A new threat?
Haha, guess we're not the only surprise visitors today. It's hard to make out her presence with the castle's magical energy getting in the way, but it looks like...
A servant, but... Senpai, that servant is a heroic spirit. She's... Damn straight. I'm no heroic spirit.
Oh, fuck.
Canis. I'm a divine spirit. My, what a strange thing to say. A divine spirit, you said. No such hollow things are to be found in my Scandinavia. Here, I am the sole god. In which case, you must be... Ah, yes, I see. You are from another Lostbelt. Ophelia? Or Ophelia? This is Canis, the divine spirit, a Lostbelt servant who serves Lord Crypter. She is a special emissary with the authority to cross between Lostbelts in order to inspect them. Would you agree with that assessment, Canis? Yeah, sure. That's all accurate. But you know, after poking my head in here and seeing a demigod and a demonic sword wielder going at it, followed by an actual god showing off her power, I can't help but want a little reward for myself. Reward? Don't worry, I'm not demanding you hand over your life or anything. Yeah, I think just one oughta do the trick. It's been dull, not having anyone kill these last few months. Almost as dull as following your precious man's orders all the damn time.
She's a barrel of destructive impulses, this one. This ancient Greek divine spirit obviously is pretty excited about killing. And she's got some kind of boost from the god of the sea or something. No wonder she's powerful enough to go around calling herself a divine spirit. So, who's she going to kill?
Hey, woman, I'm talking to you. Ophelia, was it?
Where's her spear gonna end up falling? Ophelia? Nah, it won't be her, but it'll be someone similar since she's not gunning to fight a servant. In which case...
I can't authorize that. I'm certain you still don't have permission to fight. Your power is meant to help Lord Crypter make his ideals a reality. It is not to be used for idle mischief. The hell? Ideals? Did you just say ideals? That jackass's goals have nothing to do with ideals. He's just a vindictive little bitch. Ambition, desires too big for his human britches. That's all he's got. So much so that I actually feel better about myself for losing to such a shitty piece of work. But I digress. I've still got to decide who I'm gonna kill. Don't worry, Ophelia, it's not you. No, I think I'm gonna go for... the Master of Chaldea. So you killed the King of Russia, did you? Wouldn't you know it? I've got a thing for killing kings myself. Looks like you and me got a lot in common, so I got an idea. Let's have a go! Hey you, what do you think you're doing, pointing that thing at me?
Ooh la la, sorry about that. Wouldn't you know it? My arm just slipped a bit. You can't be more than 10 centimeters away from pulling... You can't be more than 10 centimeters away, putting you in a point-blank range of a cannon. Divine spirit or not, I don't think you can dodge it. Wanna find out?
Ha! So you can move, King of Europe, and here I thought you'd been hit with a primordial rune.
Ha ha ha! Let's just say this is one of those adrenaline rush things. Maybe you've heard about them.
Damn! I like your style, heroic spirit. You're a straight shooter in more ways than one. Makes you easy to kill.
Well, now, didn't think you'd block the round with just a hand?
Course I did. Didn't hurt a bit. I'm a divine spirit, remember? What, you don't believe me? Go ahead and fire another. Of course, if you're too weak to even do that. Gah! Why don't I just take a little off the top of your head? The hell's up with this castle? What, is it too fancy for the likes of me? Killing against the rules or something? Indeed, I prefer elegance over boorishness.
You heard the queen. She's the scariest thing here. If she says no, there's no arguing.
Yeah? Do I look like I care? Out of my way, sword boy.
Biohazard, thank you for the follow. These are my quarry. I don't recall tossing them to a feral beast. So before you start yapping about a reward again, maybe you do your damn job and tell us your master's message.
So somebody never learned to share, huh? Didn't peg you for such a loyal lapdog.
Dog, huh? That brings back memories. Everything even similar to those disappeared from here ages ago. There aren't any animals left to draw analogies to here in Scandinavia. They're all gone. It's all going away. That goes for you too, Canis. I don't know how rotten the world you come from is, but now that you're here in this one, you'll end up the same way. If that's what you want, go ahead. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll make sure you end up staying here for a long, long time.
Huh? You think I'm gonna be scared by... Ah, so that's how it is. Interesting. Russia was nice and simple, but this Scandinavian Lostbelt's a real mess. It's way more interesting. Don't worry, I'm not so uncouth as to do anything to ruin it. I'd say someone else has that covered. You win. No more killing unarmed brats. I'll let him off the hook for killing the Tsar. Best to do this sort of thing in your own world. In your own world anyway. Ain't that right, sword boy? Are you satisfied now, Canis? Can't you tell? I couldn't be more done. Don't you talk to me, Ophelia. Just shut up. Don't say a word. Don't even look at me. I hate women like you more than anything. I'd have killed you long ago if you weren't a Crypter. How odd. We actually agree about something. But how we feel has nothing to do with our jobs. Now hurry up and do yours. Back in Russia, your only duty was to act as an observer, but this time around, you've got a little something extra, haven't you? Oh, you've got more guts than I gave you credit for. If you can give as good as you take, you might not be so bad after all. Here. It comes with a message from my boss just this once.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Queen of the Scandinavian Lostbelt. My apologies for delivering a record message rather than visiting in person. Recorded message. I am Kishtaria Wodheim. I am in charge of the largest Lostbelt, Greece, and the leader of the Crypters. As for you, Chaldeans, welcome to this bleached earth. As your senpai, I'm proud to welcome you here. While I confess that doing so required some speculation on my part, I have taken the liberty of sending this message to the King of Scandinavia with the assumption that you will all be present as well. Given how you triumphed over Russia and how close this Lostbelt lies to it, I am confident you will have searched it by the time this message is delivered. Damn!
Dude, this guy's fucking reading us like a book. He recorded this message before we even came to the Lostbelt and had Canis come over here to deliver it when we'd actually be in the court in front of the Scandinavian king and us being present. That's fucking nuts. This guy's clairvoyance is nuts. As a Brazilian, I have to say I don't have a fucking idea how to pronounce Wodheim's name. It's how chat told me anyway was like woe and then dime, like the coin. He's just built different. No wonder he's the leader of the Crypters. Yeah, he's fucking crazy, dude.
Given how you triumphed in Russia and how close this Lostbelt lies to it, I am confident you will have reached it by the time this message is delivered. Our goal is to rebuild human history. This entails recreating a land for gods to inhabit. Proper human history was not a mistake per se, but neither was it correct. Instead of loss and gain resulting in a net benefit, they became caught in a system that resulted in unchecked growth for both. Wait, what? Instead of loss and gain resulting in a net benefit, they became caught in a system that resulted unchecked growth for both. For gods too? Is that what he's saying? Or just humans? It was an incredible waste. What should have been a virtuous cycle was effectively stuck in a rut. The foreign god wept to see the state of this planet and decided to grace it with their presence. As Crypters, our duty is to help the Lostbelts take root and become stronger than proper human history. The King of Mages' answer to humanity's failure was to... There it is!
Here it is. So this was it. This is all the big reveal, huh? The King of Mages, Solomon, his answer to humanity's failure was to have other humans incinerate it. But not me. I choose to rewrite history with the foreign god's help. Is that saying to have other humans incinerate it? Was that specifically Solomon? So he said that the other, eventually, humanity in our own timeline, in proper human history, humans would just be the cause of our own destruction. Like, we're just gonna fucking go to war with each other and eventually just wipe out proper human history ourselves. So that was Solomon, not Chaldea, I think, right? Is what he's saying? Is that correct? Without going into spoilers, if we can. Or I guess I'll just find out eventually. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's what it seems like. So Solomon, not Chaldea and the demon gods, but Solomon himself. That's why he didn't do anything, and why the demon gods themselves, right, were cursing Solomon and saying, why do you have clairvoyance where you can see the future? You see all this pain, you see all the human suffering, you see how much pain and suffering happens in the future with all humans dying and repeating themselves. And Solomon himself, all he did was laugh, right? And he would just let it all play out. He said, like, he basically didn't want to touch humans because he viewed, or in his ideology, the point of life in humanity was to go through life and have experiences, the good and the bad, and at the end of your life, you've had the point of life was for those experiences, right? And so he didn't do anything to fuck with them. Chaldea said that was hypocritical and that was stupid, and if you have the power to do something, you should, and that's why Chaldea put forth that plan, the 3,000-year plan of eradicating human history to be able to use humanity as fuel to go back to the beginning of fucking not just humanity, to go back to the beginning of time as we know it on this planet and recreate life on this planet without the concept of death. That's what Chaldeia's plan was, and we stopped him. So when he says the king of mages, I think he's talking about Solomon specifically and not the demon god pillars or Chaldea. The king of mages' answer to humanity's failure was to have other humans incinerated, but not me. Here, let me go back to read.
Video voice. The king of mages' answer to humanity's failure was to have other humans incinerated, but not me. I choose to rewrite history with the foreign gods' help. People have had gods running the world behind the scenes since ancient times. They believe the gods that both the planet itself and the laws of nature that governed it. I gotta read this shit again. People have had gods running the world behind the scenes since ancient times. They believed gods were both the planet itself and the laws of nature that governed it. Makes sense, so ancient civilizations. But humanity lacked self-awareness. Those laws were meant to be used, not obeyed. It was that mistake that led to humanity and the gods parting ways. Humanity did not forget the gods. They abandoned that possibility once they became unable to handle them. Your Majesty, Queen of Scandinavia, you care for a mythological ecosystem that met its end in its self-imposed ruin rather than one ended when its people forgot it, like Greece. Keep the Tree of Emptiness safe. As long as it exists, that Lostbelt will never vanish. I implore you to turn your back on your fate and to choose the path of survival. Once you do that, I would like nothing more than for you to face off against my own Tree of Emptiness. My Tree of Emptiness is already fully grown. While the Norse world has Yggdrasil, a world tree that serves as the foundation of its every realm, Greece now has the Tree of Emptiness supporting the very heavens. Thus, it has been dubbed the World Tree Atlas by my ally, the great god Zeus. Oh! What? Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god, his Lostbelt's gonna be fucking nuts. I wonder why Zeus isn't a servant in the game. Or maybe he's just too fucking maybe he's like Tiamat and he's just gonna be a giant fucking monster. You are not ready for Atlas and Zeus, my dude. Oh my god, that's a huge reveal. Because spoilers, clueless, Sag. Chaldeans, I can say that as far as you are concerned, Atlas is your greatest and most important target. The roots of my Lostbelt's Tree of Emptiness now cover 80% of the Earth's surface. Even if you succeed at cutting down every other Lostbelt's tree, you will never be able to restore proper human history so long as Atlas remains standing. Queen of Scandinavia, you are a god, and so I have high hopes for you. Indeed, you could even think of this as the gods taking revenge on humans for usurping their throne. As for me, I am prepared to make use of the gods despite being human myself.
I gotta read a lot of this again. This is an info dump right here because I still don't understand why is he siding with the gods? I don't get it because in my mind, if you had a world where gods and humans worked together or coexisted, the gods would obviously be more powerful than the humans and would use that power to like rule over them, I would assume. And I guess, is Wodheim just okay with that? I don't get it. Even if you succeed at cutting down every other Lostbelt... Oh wait, let me go back up. Time to... Is it all answered in Lostbelt 5, I guess? I guess you'll see soon enough. Okay, I guess that's not answered in this text. Because that's my big question right now is like, why are the Crypters doing this? It makes... If you're human yourself, unless you were promised godhood and it's some kind of selfish desire, I don't get it, but as long as you are human yourself, why would you want the gods to rule over you? It just doesn't make sense. So that's what I want answered, but I guess, yeah, we won't get it until Lostbelt 5, huh? Wow. Indeed, you even think of this as the gods taking revenge... Oh, wait, let me go back to this.
Queen of Scandinavia, you are a god, and so I have high hopes for you. Indeed, you could even think of this as the Lostbelts. Indeed, you could even think of this as the gods taking revenge on humans for usurping their throne. As for me, I am prepared to make full use of the gods despite being human myself. I will create a fully realized age of gods, a glorious history where human weakness is a thing of the past. It will be a world that will endure no matter how many heated human consciousness becomes. Okay. He wants to create a world that will endure no matter how heated human consciousness becomes, a place where life can flourish with neither deficit nor fragmentation. Be warned that I will show no mercy to anyone who would stand in the way of that goal. I hope that alongside Ophelia, you will choose the best possible future.
Lord Kishtaria. You know. That kind of sounded like a declaration of war. Wrong. It was a declaration of victory. That is how you should hear it. Thanks to Lord Kishtaria's leadership, we Crypters have already begun our new chronicle for humanity. So he is the Crypters' leader. I see. So he wishes to restore the Age of Gods and help us take our revenge. Fascinating. Does that mean I am the closest to his ideal? If my Scandinavia's Tree of Emptiness were to continue growing as it is, it will eventually swallow up his Lostbelt as well. Of course, Lord Kishtaria would be perfectly happy with that outcome. He has even said that he would like nothing better, and that the Greek Lostbelt is not necessarily the best. Oh, is that so? How admirable of him. What's more, he says he will make full use of us gods. Indeed, my Scandinavia never did have anyone willing to voice such grand ambitions. Right? He's the damn avatar of human... He's the damn avatar of human foolishness and hubris. I bet he and Zeus get along great. Zeus? He's an ancient god from the Mediterranean, yes? Ah, I remember now, Canis. I've heard that name before. As I recall, it belonged to a ferocious member of the... Argonauti. The Argonauts? A tyrant who boasted that she was a god by virtue of her strength beloved by the sea. Oh, she's talking about Canis, okay. No, wait. She was not beloved by the sea, but tainted by... Oh, she's pissed. Canis, what are you... So, you would point your spear at an ally's throat? This says a great deal about your master's judgment in... adjutants. Stop it, Canis! Do you mean to completely betray Lord Kishtaria's trust in you? Begone, Canis. Your role in this Lostbelt is over. Don't bother stopping by the other Lostbelts either. I'm told that a number of heroic spirits from proper human history have shown up in the ocean now that the god of the seas is gone. I ask that you return straight to Lord Kishtaria without stopping anywhere else. Good point. Besides, I've still got to check in on that pain-in-the-ass Artemis. What? Is that back at theirs? Oh my god. Oh shit, that makes sense for why Orion comes in then. Oh man, I can't wait for that. Oh my god, no wonder everyone loves Lostbelt 5. God, that's gonna be good. Oh shit, dude, I'm so hyped now. Yeah, don't worry. I'll be out of your hair on my way straight back towards your precious Lord Kishtaria real soon. See you around. So long, Chaldeans. You guys are probably gonna rot in this dungeon or end up in the wrong end of... You guys are probably gonna rot in this dungeon or end up on the wrong end of Sword Boy's blade. Not gonna lie, shit's looking pretty bleak for you, but hey, I wanna... What? But hey, I want a chance to kill you idiots myself, so hurry up and crush the weirdos in this Lostbelt. Now that we've had a chance to say hello and all that, next time we meet, the gloves will be off. Make sure you're halfway decent warriors by then. If I wanted something with lifeless eyes, I'd go fishing. Lostbelt 5, when we redacted and fight redacted, you can't forget redacted. Wodime is the any percent glitchless speedrunner. Us builds a city in survival mode before we entering the end. Knowledge is like a candle. The brighter it shines, the more darkness, question, and unknown surrounds it. Remember, Zeus is his ally, and it was mentioned in previous Lostbelt he contracted with 2 divine spirits, so yeah, he's cracked as fuck. Yeah, dude, it makes sense now why Lostbelt 5 is, what, three different fucking parts? You have Lostbelt 1, Lostbelt 2, and I think on NA, we don't even have part 3 yet until this November, I think. It's coming a little earlier. It was supposed to be December, but now it's coming in November. God, I'm so hyped. Fuck, this story's getting good, man. Lostbelt 1 was I was kind of getting bored during halfway through Lostbelt 1 because, like, they weren't progressing. Like, we were so involved in, like, the little towns and everything like that and the rebellion, and I was sitting here like, come on, what's going on outside the Lostbelt? And then as soon as we finished Lostbelt 1 and we immediately got to get outside, and now we're actually progressing the main story as a whole, I love this shit, man. It's really good. Oh, 5.5 is not related? Really? Okay. That's good to know. I thought like 5. Why do they... Can you guys tell me, or is it a spoiler, why they skip, like, points? Why is it, like, 5.5, or why is it, like, 5.1, 5.5, 5.7? Why is it, like, why do they skip numbers? Like, why would they not just go 5.1, 5.2, 5.3? Part 1? Yeah, but... It's a community thingy? .1 and 5.2 are related. 5.5 is a chapter in between 5 and 6. This still makes no sense to me. It's made up by the community. Okay. I'm still so lost. Got it. 5.1 is part of Lostbelt 5 as a whole. 5.2 is part 2 of Lostbelt 5. And then 5.5 is just... 5.5 is similar to what Oku is then? As bridging the gap between the Lostbelts? Because 5.5 is basically 3.5, right? Oh, it's Japanese theme, that's why it's like that? Okay. I've never heard of, like, story chapters like that, so I was so confused. Alright, how far are we? Let me look at the overall chapters. Where are we at? We are on section 7. How far are we into this? We are...
Did I do that?
Oh, we're about halfway done. Okay. Fuck, it's getting hot. I think that might be a good place to stop, and maybe we'll just do a long stream tomorrow morning. There will be a 4.5 chapter 2, I think. Oh shit. Wait, really? Wait, when does that release? Is that like in the future, or is that already released then? Yeah, I know 3.5 is an event, but similar to Seraph, it's canon, and that's why it just became a main interlude on JP, right? 4.5 is another event. Can you say the name, or is it a spoiler? Oh, Imaginary Scramble is? Oh, really? Okay. Pause champ. Imaginary Scramble. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's the PvP event, right? Okay. Interesting. So I'll have to make sure I beat Lostbelt 4, which should be easy before then. I was planning on taking a break from Fate Go once I actually got to Oku, but it's not. It's similar, right? Though it's the closest you can get to PvP without being. Oh, Grailfront's the P. Oh, okay. I got them mixed up then. I thought they were the same. I thought Grailfront was Imaginary Scramble. My bad. What's the? Doesn't that come this fall though? I thought it was coming in the next few months. So I just got them mixed up. Because both those events are coming, right? I thought they were the same event. I think you don't need to clear Lostbelt 4 to participate in Imaginary Scramble, but I hear it has some sort of spoilers for the Lostbelt story. So yeah, I definitely will. I'm trying to go in order for the stories. PvP and gacha game is the worst thing possible. Grailfront is a part of the Scott. Oh, okay, that's what it is. I was getting those events mixed up then. My bad. I was getting the Skaha Fest and the I was getting the Skaha Fest with the Grailfront mixed up with Imaginary Scramble. That's what it was. My bad. All right, I think story-wise, this is a really good place to stop because we just got an info dump, and we will finish up. How many sections is this Lostbelt? Let me look. FGO Lostbelt 2 quest line. Spoiler-free walkthrough. How many sections? Okay, it's 17, it looks like. Yeah, 17, and we are on 7, so we got 10 more to go. I think we can still finish it up, though. 17x. I think we can. I'll do a long. I know this stream was only 4 hours and 40 minutes, but I think if we do a long, like up to 5 to 8 hour stream next time, I think we can finish it all up. I call it Scottfest just to piss people off. All right, let's find someone to host. Trying to find an English FGO streamer. Most of them are doing Oku. Damn. I don't want to see any spoilers. I think this guy's on the Kama boss fight, and I already know Kama's in it, so we'll host them, and I'll just try not to look. All right. All right. Here we go, chat. We're gonna raid someone doing the Oku event. If you want to be spoiler free for Oku like me, don't go in there. He's on the one of the boss fights, so. Nasu is simply different facts. All right, everyone. Goodbye. Have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. We will be streaming tomorrow morning and finishing up Lostbelt 2, and then we will be getting to Lostbelt 3 later next week, and hopefully finish up Lostbelt 3 before next weekend, and then we can do the Oku event next weekend. That's the plan. All right, peace out, everyone. Thank you for the views. Thank you for chilling. I appreciate y'all. And here we go.
Did I do that? Did I do that?